Well, hey, what's up, everybody? Today is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. Welcome, everybody. Good to have you all here. Good to see you all here. Today, as I said, we are looking at the University of Idaho murders, looking back still, but today we're having a special guest. I'm sure everybody would be interested in hearing what this person has to say, as I am as well. So, thank you all for being here. And I appreciate you all so very much. So, what do you say we get this to moving? Sounds like a plan. Hey, what's up, everybody? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good because it's good for me. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. It's great to be back. For those of you that joined me last night, I do appreciate you guys so very much. Um, and I appreciate you all for being here today. Again, today, guys, we're looking at the University of Idaho, looking to see what we may have missed or anything new that's popping up. But today, guys, it's a special show. We have a guest that's going to be joining us today when she gets here. Um, as she said, she would be joining us today, Miss WSU Kim, as she goes by. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with her, as I hope you all are. So, once again, I appreciate you all being here today. Excuse me. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, sit down, and have a conversation with me. There's so much to talk about when it comes to this. It's never ending, everyone, and it's great to see you all here today. So, let's see who we have before I can't do it. Looks like Pink's in the house. Yeah. Good to see you, Pink. Thanks so much for joining us. The sweetest lady on the internet, Miss Cece. So great to see you. Miss Nikki, the Wandering Orphan. Good to have you here, Nikki. Thank you for joining me. Miss Cece, again, great to see you. Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Amy Conway, thank you so much for joining us. One Maiden Nut. Glad to see you again. Thanks for coming back. Buenos dias to you, my dear. Let's see. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. How about that? Good morning, Molly. Thank you so much for joining us, dear. True crime fake news. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Miss Annie Potts, always a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for being here. My brother Mikey, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much, sir. Brother Popper, good to see you. How are you doing today, sir? Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Miss Sarah D, good seeing you. Thanks for joining us. Little brother, strike first. Always happy to have you here, Bob. Low 12, glad seeing you. And I think I might have gotten it up. T2014's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And I think that covered everybody. If I missed you, I'm so sorry. Don't be afraid to get informed. That's a fact. That's a fact. Good point there. Be on the lookout. White male, 18, 24, 5'10", 6 foot, 170 to 190 pounds, Uni alumni student. Alrighty. Interesting piece of info there. And as always, the lovely Jules of all trades. Thanks for joining us today, Jules. It's great to see you here. Thank you for jumping in here with us today. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Might be a few moments before she shows up. So everybody come on in and get comfortable. Please, please, please. So great to see you all here today. I appreciate you all. So very much. Yes, it is. Uh-oh, what's this? All right, there we go. Still playing with my new toy. So how is everybody doing today? I hope everybody's having a great day, had a great night, and a great start to your Tuesday, I hope. Oh, well, thank you, Lo. I appreciate that. I try. It's definitely informative. There's a lot to know. Welcome, 510. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you so much, Miss Cece. Again, guys, anybody that has not, if you would love to check out, go over to the Jewels of All Trades True Crime channel, guys. Check her out. She's really good at what she does. There's a link for it. You will not be disappointed. I can promise you that. Derek, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Julie Avergrat. I know that's not how you say that. Averagnet. I hope that's close enough. Anyway, good morning from the Bayou of South Louisiana. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you. Derek, buddy, like I was saying, it's good to have you here. Good to see you. I appreciate all you guys so very much. Miss Heather's in here. Did I miss her? No, Heather's not here yet. I don't think I've seen her. No, she's not here yet. Welcome, Transporter. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for jumping in with us today. Welcome, Sophie. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Make sure everybody got their personal invites since the tube does not always do what it's supposed to do. Thank you, Miss CC. Once again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded. Anybody that would like to donate to support the channel to keep it up and running, the links are up there for Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and it is so very much appreciated. I appreciate that. CC, thank you for that. Let's see here. Good. I hate this time of year, guys. My sinuses go haywire all the time. Welcome to all of you. Anybody that's not in chat, I appreciate you guys all so very much. If you're just hanging out listening, absolutely appreciate it so very much. What's up, Dustin? Good to see you, PPR. Okay, good deal. Good deal. How is you said Crazy Girl wasn't doing so, she was not feeling well. How's she doing, Derek or Dustin? Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Find a seat. Take a seat, please. All right, guys. Again, 54 awesome people here, guys. If you would please don't forget to leave a little DNA on that like button on your way in the door. Share this out to anyone and everyone you can think of to share it out to friends and neighbors, everybody. If you would, I would appreciate that so very much. And at the end of the show, please, 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 if you would, leave me some comments. I appreciate that also very much. Ah, you can hear me now. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry about that. Welcome, Kelly Coker. Good to see you. Hash, what's up, brother? Good to have you here. Let's see. Anybody? American Princess. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Anybody else I missed? Let's see. Let's see. Banana Man's in the house. That's always fun. Tsunami. Aloha to yourself. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Good deal. I hope I'm not too loud. If I'm too loud, please let me know. I can turn it down, folks. I definitely can. There we go. How about that? How about that? No, we won't do that. We won't do that. Welcome, Devil Doll. Good to have you. Party of five. Great to see you, Devil Doll. Devil Doll. Jules Merck. Welcome back. Good to see you. Mama Bear's working today, folks. She could not be here with us, sadly. I'm sad. I know you're sad. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. Welcome, Casey. Good to see you. Yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. I got some new toys to play with. My favorite one is this one, Jules. I love this one.
And there we go. I love it. Yes. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see you today. Yeah, baby.
Anyway, I think that's just too cool. So much fun to play with, as always. Oh, yeah. It's a blast, Princess. I was thinking about doing that, Jules. I really was. I was thinking, like, could I get away with it? How would it work? I have not. The last time I spoke to her, I sent her messages here and there, just letting her know that I'm thinking about her, but not too often. She had a lot that she had to go through, um, Sherry, and so she's got a lot of healing and stuff to do. Oh yeah, I could definitely do the party stream with that voice. That's hilarious. I, what I could do is I could do it in that voice, and then add this to it, and you sound like God, you know. Or I could change it to this.
Right here, it's me speaking to all of you. Yes, gotta love it.
And hello, can you see me? 'Cause I can see you. No.
Oh well, too much fun. Too much fun. Yeah, she after the accident and everything she went through, she's got a lot of healing and whatnot to do. That's what it sounded like to me. That's what it reminds me of, Jules. I love it. This is God speaking. What are you all doing here today? I think I can program different voices into this too if I want to, but I really don't need those. They're just for fun, I guess. I just needed this for different sound variations and to be able to clear up like voiceovers and stuff. Because if I do that, then I can, let me see here, do this. I don't even know. That doesn't even sound any different. Or this. That's a little bit different. It says that's called Recording Studio. Primal sound. No, I prefer this one. I don't like having the echo one, I guess, but there you go. It's got a few other little things in it too.
I love it! You guys are so great!
Yeah, it's got a few different buttons. Interesting. Thank you, Cece, so very much. Once again, 68 awesome people in here, guys. Please hit that like button. That would be so
awesome.
Yes, it would. Thank you so much. Nope, it doesn't have that, Cece. Tsunami says, who's buying the underground first floor tunnel with the entrance outside the patio at 1122 King Road? It felt like my brain was getting gangbanged when those words went through my ears. I don't know, Tsunami. I mean, we've heard so many crazy things, and you know that. You know, it is what it is. I don't know. We try to put together what we can with what we get, and sometimes we get stuff like that. It's kind of interesting, to be honest with you. That one was kind of funny to me. I'm sorry to say it, but anything's possible. And like I said, nothing comes off the nothing comes off the table until it's supposed to come off the table. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's very possible. Very possible, Miss Nikki. Very possible. I had neck surgery 35 years ago. I spoke like Minnie Mouse for over 6 months. Wow. Zoink, Scoob. That's crazy. God bless you, Julie, because that ain't easy to do. It really is not. Not at all. Yeah. I it's becoming something. That's for a fact. That is a fact. Again, anyone that had donated or has or will donate, I do appreciate that so very much. It keeps the channel up and running, allows me to pay the bills. So thank you all so very much. Tsunami. with the first super chat. That is so very much appreciated. I appreciate that. Why? Thank you so very much. Absolutely appreciate that. Yes, I do.
Awesome!
Let's see here. The latest is that the talk poster, not Brian's. Has this been 100% confirmed? Not as far as I know, Maiden. Not as far as I know. Not yet. Welcome. Nothing. Oh, I know, hon. I see you there. It's Messenger 11. Michelle, sorry if it seemed I disrespected you in live. Not intended. I was voicing. Not whatsoever, hon. I understood completely. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're taking care of yourself. That's all I'm worried about. You make sure you do that. Welcome. It's good to have you here, as always. Very much so. Uh-oh, there we go. Miss Cece with the second super chat of the day. So very much appreciated, Cece. I appreciate you and love you so very much. Thank you.
Awesome!
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, no worries whatsoever, Michelle. I understand completely. I'll tell you something, Julie. You're absolutely correct. You know why? This state has become a danger zone per se. You know, it really has. It's sad. Awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear, Michelle. Good to hear. Good for you. Get that stuff taken care of for fact. Good stuff. There you go. Miss Amy to Miss Michelle. Welcome, Mud Man. Good to see you. Good to see you. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys coming on in here today. And supporting the channel and what we do in here, guys. I appreciate that so very much. I've noticed there are a lot of people that have a passion for this case and any of these cases that we cover, guys, and I do appreciate that you guys do. And again, guys, I claim to be the reasoning why I do what I do is to be the voice for the voiceless. Because again, these people do not have a voice anymore, and I want nothing but true justice for these people, for these kids and their families. And that's why we're sitting here right now. And I will continue to do that as long as I can until we get what we want, guys. And that is, again, the true justice. So, once again, thank you all for supporting that, supporting me, supporting this channel, and supporting the victims and their families by being here for this. Once again, appreciate that. Thank you. And by the way, welcome, Miss Heather. Good to see you. There she is, guys. Thank you so much, my dear, for that. Again, guys, my channel is 100% crowdfunded. Donations that come through super chats and super stickers, and the Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App is how I keep my channel up and running, paying the bills. So anyone that has donated to that, thank you so very much. I do appreciate you so very much for that. Welcome, Miss Carrie. Good to see you. Willow, hola to you, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Again, guys, anybody that has not done it, 73 amazing people in here, guys. Please, please, please leave a little DNA on that like button on your way in the door for me. Share this out to your friends, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, the milkman, the ice cream man, whoever it may be. Share it out, please. And leave me some comments at the very, very end. I do appreciate that so much. More than you guys know. And so does YouTube. There you go, guys. The Nothing, which is Michelle Messenger 11, is saying, hey, chat, love y'all. Such good peeps. Peep in the Idaho 4Ks. Absolutely. Absolutely. Very much appreciated. I am so effing happy to hear that. Boom, coconuts, let's go. There you go. Yeah, you had a lot of people that was looking for you last night, hon. There's a lot of people that care about you, Michelle, and that was worried about you, so it's good to see you. Glad to know that you're doing all right. You're keeping your head high. That's all you got to do. Absolutely. Darren Lamble, good to see you. Transporter, you've been here, brother. Darren, yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Again, good morning to you, Miss Willa. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening. Whatever it is, guys. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me. Good to see you. Amy got the coconut. Oh, Miss Heather probably had some things to do, and I'm so happy to have you here, Heather. I appreciate you so very much. You know that. Can't see the nothing shell in chat. Well, I don't know why. Miss or nothing. Devil Doll 666 is saying she can't see you in chat. I don't know why that would be. That's something going on between the two of your guys' accounts. Nothing in here. Absolutely, Miss Heather. Hope everything is good and well with you. 82 people in here. Come on in. Come on in. Find a seat. We are awaiting the arrival of our special guest for today. Hopefully she will be jumping in here soon. Yeah, it could be that one of you guys accidentally blocked the other one. Let me check something in here for myself. Speaking of which, because of what Nikki said, thank you for that, for reminding me of that, Nikki. Nope. No, he's definitely clear out of here, Nikki. Nobody else. Could be mistakenly blocked due to being a part. Ah, okay. I don't know. Okay, I got you, Casey. Oh yeah. They definitely were arrested, Willow. Um, definitely. And from what I understand, I believe they are still in jail. Um, I do not know anything about that one, Michelle. I don't think there's anybody in here that's blocked in here, so that would have nothing to do with it. Yeah, she's still in here. She's under the name the Nothing, Molly. Did Emma and did they live on Walenta? I can't remember the name they lived. Welcome, Paula. Good to see you. I can't remember the name of the road they lived on. Absolutely, Jules. Thank you, dear. Appreciate that. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee and tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here. Sit down and have a conversation with me and our special guest today, guys. Oh, Willow, I could imagine there's probably quite a bit. Well, the reason why they were arrested at that point was because somebody lost their life due to something that was sold by them to that person. So, that's a serious charge. It's not just a drug dealing or a trafficking charge. There's more to it than that. Darren, I have no idea. Could not tell you that. Yeah. Well, there's your answer. Michelle says that they live off of Walenta near King. Let's see. Miss Julie says I have 3 grandchildren graduating and going off to college next year. I'm petrified for them after following. I think everyone is that has children that are, leaving home. It's sad, very sad. There's Miss Heather saying, click the 3 little bars at the top of the chat box and make sure you're viewing all. There you go. Yeah, if anybody has any questions in here, honestly, if she doesn't mind answering them, Heather's pretty much a pro at this stuff, guys. She knows all about all of it. So, let's see. Also, Emma is a part of the crew from Pullman. They have access to Pullman Airport. Yes. If you look to the right of your comment and hover your mouse over it, and you should be able to see the 3 dots. If you click on it, it will show report first and then block next. Yes. Oh yeah, he's definitely older. And see, that was what my issue was with that situation, because she's 22 years old, and as we all heard, she's got, and everybody said I was making a big deal out of nothing. To me, it is a big deal, guys. I'll be honest with you. She's 22 years old. She has a safe. That's one thing that's kind of off key. In that safe, she had enough cash, okay, to bond her out of jail and to give to somebody else for their time. I mean, well, not too many 20-year-old kids have that. And according to what had been heard, her parents were asked, if she was a DoorDash driver. They said yes. Okay, so if you're making that kind of money doing DoorDash, I guess we're all in the wrong business. That's all I got to say. Um, that's all I got to say about that. Now, she's definitely not a college student. That's a fact. She just lives in that area. And I do believe that the reason she became a friend to certain people was due to what she was doing. Right, Tsunami. That's a good way to look at it. Very good way to look at it. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Molly says, like I said before, I had a safe in my 20s, and I know why I had to have a safe. Yep. Typically, that is why you have a safe. So, just saying. Let's see here. The Elantra ditchers or door dashers, 3 men arrested in Boise after the Elantra dump in Eugene. Many involved. Thank you very much for that. Good to know. Good to know. Coburger 2. The police officer should have picked up on the chat on the phone to sort the bailout, as it was totally bizarre. I'm sure he was listening, Darren. Probably more than we thought he was, in my opinion, I would think. Well, yeah, but I mean, uh, I'm 48. Okay. Yes, I have one. And I didn't get one until 10 years ago. I don't really keep cash in it. It's for other things, but occasionally, when I have that stuff, that money thing, it'll go in there for here or that, but it's for other things that are a little bit more important than that. Misinformation Nation, no coupons. I see. Okay. Oh, right, Darren, right. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Get comfortable. All right, let me pull this up here. Gotcha, Sherry. And like I said, it's not a no, a complete no. It's just a rarity. That's my thought. Somebody said coupons. Yeah, I agree, Willow. I absolutely agree. Let's see. Amy says, money, drugs, big circle, Canada, and down to Pullman. Absolutely. Demetrius was at WSU with many SA drug cases. I'll bet. Yeah, definitely. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Definitely makes you wonder. Let's see. Paula says somebody said that Emma had something to do with the Elantra ditched in Eugene. I heard that too. I don't know. There are so many rumors that are flying around, but I don't know. You're early. Hi everyone. No, I'm not. I start between 12 and 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, Bubbly. I don't know. Are you in a different time zone? Maybe that's why. That very well could be it. And that's okay. That's okay. I should have like stressed and verified that. That's all right. She wears the same headband as Dylan. I thought maybe she knew her. It's very possible. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no worries, Bubbly. I'm sorry. And then again, that could be what the deal is too. I should have verified that yesterday, probably with Kim as well, so that she would know. Let's see here. I mean, it could explain Cobra Kai. It could explain why she would have a black car in February, but I don't see anyone with proof of any of this. It's all just speculation with no trails. Yeah. I mean, and we have a lot of that going on right now too, Um, sadly, we try to keep it as clean as we can, as factual as we can, and a lot of times because of what we get, this is what happens. So it is what it is, folks. We can't do a whole lot about that. At Willow, but Daly was arrested for Bailey was arrested for DUI, and I heard that you can't DoorDash with DUI on your driving record. Well, the DUI was after the fact, I do believe. It was in January. I'm pretty sure. So beforehand, yeah, she could have done that. Thank you, Pink. I appreciate that. She drive a black Toyota Highlander RAV4. I, the car she got the DUI in was not a RAV4, but it's 11 a.m. here in Costa Rica. Let's see. Let me figure out what time the time is. Well, Idaho. Molly, what time is it in Idaho? Is it what, 11? Are we an hour ahead of you or two? Julie says, I believe that her call to dad, well, I believe that was mom because she said that dad had not been answering her calls for 3 days. So down south, the first thing the cops take is your phone. They never allow you to make a call in a car. Mighty kind of them. I thought that myself. That was kind of weird to me. It's 6 p.m. here. Where are you located, Devil? 3 hour difference. Okay. Gotcha. Welcome, Pamela. Good to see you. Pacific. Okay. Yeah, it was like a Toyota 4-door type vehicle, from what I remember from the DUI thing. Okay. Guys, excuse me for 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I don't have the co-host today, so please bear with me. I will return here just a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, what happened here? All right, all right. Sorry about that, everybody. Talked to Officer Blaker today. He says hi to everyone from Moscow. Welcome, Vlad Harris. Good to have you here. Tara Wu. Tara Lee's a new member. Thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome to the club. We got a new meatball, folks. Jumping in the sauce with the rest of us. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate that so very, very, very much. Good to have you as part of the family. All right, guys. Let's see here. Let me see. Kind of waiting on Carrie Pichula. If I didn't say hi to you, welcome. It's great to have you here. All right. That's a good point, Jules. Very good point. Well, let me see here. Bubbly Blaker says they watch all your channels and they know who my is. Ah, okay. I started memberships the other day. What's going on here? Come on. Didn't think it would feel so exciting, but seeing someone be that dedicated to your channel, it really is, Jules. It really is. It's a great feeling. It just makes you feel good. You know what I mean? In my opinion, at least. I got quite a few awesome meatballs in here, as they call themselves. No worries, Bubbly. Good to have you here. At some point, some of my moderators had been talking for a while about getting plushies to go with the merchandise whenever we get merchandise that were meatballs. So as I keep doing that, that's a little weird. Sorry. So plushy meatballs eventually with little faces on them. I thought that would be kind of cool. No, it was some kind of something going on with my sound card, Molly. I'm sorry though. Welcome, Harlow Scare. I love that name. Anything she says does while in the car is recorded. Could be so they can hear what the arrested person is going to say on the phone, like the stupid things she said to whoever she was talking to. Very good point, Harlot. Very good point. Yes, April. That's a good point there. Hello to all the new faces and regulars. Please hit the like, subscribe, share if you have not already. It is free and so much appreciated. Again, guys, there are a lot of new faces in here. And for all of the older faces, I hate to put it like that, the regulars that have been here, if you guys would please welcome them as part of the family, as we do with everybody that shows up in here, guys. Make everybody feel at home, comfortable, and like they don't want to leave, folks. That's the best way to do it. If you would, it would be so much appreciated. Thank you for that. Sylvia Path. Yes. I wonder where Miss Sylvia is. I haven't seen her in a minute. With Sylvia, was she talking to Demetrius or her brother? It could be either one. I thought she might have been talking to a brother because she said, I tried to call dad. He hasn't answered my calls for 3 days. So that told me that maybe she was talking to her mother or a sibling. That's what I took from it. You know what I mean? Anything's possible. Sylvia must be working. Yeah. Gina Marie, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Gina says, Jules, I watched your channel the other day. I liked your show. You were good and I sub. Thank you so much for that, Gina. I appreciate that as much as Jules probably does. Okay. Jules has a great channel, folks. She really does. Um, she knows what she's talking about. And I can say that because she's got degrees to prove that she knows what she's talking about. She knows what she's doing, and I respect her so very much. That's why I love having her in here. And we're usually on the same page with what we think and talk about with this stuff. You know what I mean? So that being said, let's see, on some channels, not yours, to call out questions that reveals you don't agree 100% with the channel's narrative will get you banned, blocked quick. Your channel is much appreciated for bound. I will not do that. I absolutely refuse to do that, Hash. It doesn't make sense for me. It doesn't at all. I don't understand why. I've seen these channels too, you guys. I don't understand why, and I'm glad you brought that up, Hash, because I wanted to like put that out there for everybody to know. Um, and anybody that's been here for a while can tell you that, okay? That I absolutely do not want anybody to have to agree with me. If you don't agree, you don't agree with me. It is what it is. I'm not God. I'm not the be all end all of anything. I don't understand why you have to agree with the person that's running the channel to be able to stay in the chat. That just makes no sense to me. It never has and never will. So yeah, that's a fact. And that's what this channel is based on, guys. Absolutely. Because there's a lot of channels that you cannot go in there. You cannot voice your opinion. You cannot uh go against what that person's saying, or the moderators and whatnot, and that's just not right. That's not right. That's what this is all about in here. I like the fact that many people can come in here, have different opinions, and still leave at the end of the day getting along. That's what I pride myself on with this channel. That's how I've kept it for well over a year, and that's the way it's going to keep happening. Okay. I what's up, Steve? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining in today. For those of you that have not been, there's another great channel out here. Publicly Buzzed. Steve and Dan run that channel over there, guys. There's a lot of great stuff that goes on over there. They have a lot of comedy. They do take some of this stuff very seriously too, just as much as we do. Okay. And they try to put out everything they can the same way that we do to give you guys as many facts as you can get. You guys got to go check it out though. It's called Publicly Buzzed with again, the two gentlemen that run it is Dan and Steve. They're brothers. Really great stuff, guys. There's the link for it right there. Thank you, Miss Molly. Check them out, guys, if you would. Tuesdays, is it Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe. And then Friday nights they have just a blowout session basically that goes however which way it goes. It's a lot of fun though. I promise you it's a lot of fun. You guys will not be disappointed. So check them out, folks. Absolutely, Stevie. No problem, brother. Absolutely. What was I gonna say? Again, like I said, come on in, everybody, get comfortable. 88 people in here. Please make sure you hit that like button. We are waiting for our guest speaker to show up here. Throw her up on panel and let her speak her piece and get that out there, guys. And once again, when she does arrive and we do go out there, I would appreciate everybody being respectful. I'm just asking us being respectful, not making any kind of comments. If you disagree with what she has to say, okay, no problem. But we will keep that to ourselves. If there is something that you have a question about, absolutely, that's what this is all about, to answer questions. Nothing that is rude or crude, I would appreciate, okay? Just out of respect. And things like that. And if she does not want to answer a specific question, then I would appreciate everybody respecting that, as I will. But I do believe she deserves to have the platform to speak her piece and put her stuff out there, guys, because that's what she's doing. Just like we are, she's out there to get true justice for what has happened. And it's, the only way to put it, folks. So the only way to put it. Thank you again, Miss Heather. Again, folks, for those of you jumping in later here, my channel is 100% crowdfunded, folks. That's what keeps me up and running, pays the bills, the YouTube, the StreamYard, the internet, all of that kind of stuff, guys. So any donations are very, very, very much appreciated via PayPal, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, as well, of course, as the super chats and super stickers. For others of you that have done that, thank you so very much. I appreciate you. It keeps me up and running, like I said. Publicly buzzed. Hey, it's Kim Gnu, aka Messenger 11, aka My Shell Art, aka The Nothing, and at Dago. When she's on, I'll shut up. I promise. I'm just here to listen after welcomes. Oh, no worries, no worries. I know everybody in here will be respectful. Everybody that comes in here is very respectful, and I have no worries about that at all. Yes, that's a good point, Willow. Let's see here. While we're waiting. If anybody wasn't here yesterday, we did go over a little bit of documents that were dropped at the end of last week. Miss Molly had showed us something about a certain trails that led off from behind the home uh, that this happened in, and conveniently, those trails, if you take that walkway, it's a big staired walkway. It walks all the way down, and it shows up right at Emma's front door, Emma Bailey's front door. It's kind of weird. I just thought it was kind of ironic. That's all. So that's why I showed it to everybody. Um, well, let me see here. Mitch Jules, what are you saying? That Hashcats, the suppression and timing. Like, I'm almost wondering if Brent was swatted. That's been talked about, Jules, by more than one source too. Made me wonder if he was, swatted because, the fact that that all went down and then Mr. Koberger and his father jumped in their car and took off to the other side of the United States. It's just kind of weird to me. I'm not saying it actually even means anything. It was just irony. Irony is a crazy thing, folks. It really is. Come on in, guys. Find a seat. Like I say, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here. Sit down and have a conversation with me and all 94 of us that are in here now. Again, guys, those of you that haven't, I'm sure you have, please hit that like button. That puts me out into the right algorithm so I can float around the right way, and it does very well for this channel. I do appreciate that so very much. Wow, the chat's cruising now, ain't it? Okay, slow that down. Come on. Here we go. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate that. I try to keep it that way. I try to keep it laid back and chill, uh, and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak their mind, freedom of speech, freedom of feeling, freedom of opinion, all of that. I try to keep it that way. Like I said, it takes a little bit of work, but I got great moderators and a great people, so I cannot complain whatsoever. I only got 55 likes going on. What's up with that, folks? Come on. Can we get him? Can we get him? Thank you, CC. I appreciate that. Again, my dear. I can kind of feel that same way, Casey. I absolutely do. And even if anybody that doesn't believe what she has to say, it doesn't matter. She's speaking from her heart. From my opinion, there's a passion in her voice when she talks about what she does. And that's what I respect about it. It takes courage to do that. It takes courage to go to these different channels and to speak about what she's talked about, guys. That takes a lot of courage, and you got to respect that. I absolutely do. You know. Okay, Miss Paula says that I heard that perhaps the reason the prosecution was not handing over info to the defense is because they are planning to convene a grand jury. No idea if that's true. We do not know, Miss Paula. We do not know. Oh, welcome, Michelle. Well, good to see you. You do, and that's why your channel is great to come in. I recommend you to some of my friends to watch and listen to the channel. Well, thank you so much, Michelle. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Willow, with the super sticker. That is so very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Awesome!
I love it. I love it. Last ration mirror T I don't hear and that's understandable. That's understandable. Absolutely. Thank you, Pink. I appreciate that. Welcome, Drew Younger. It's good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you, Willow. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes out there about that. You know what I mean, Bubbly? There's a lot of stories about Idaho that are just way out there. Way out there. Oh, the nothing, Miss Michelle, the super sticker, a $20 super sticker. Thank you so very much for that. That is absolutely
Awesome!
100%.
Awesome!
Yes, it is. Thank you so much again, Michelle. That definitely will help keep this channel up and running every day and play. It will take care of the bills that it takes to run these things. So thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Very much so. Very much so. 100 people in here, guys. 100 even, guys. That's 100 likes, guys. If you each and every one of you hits that like button, that will put us out into the algorithm that we need to be in to get out there to the whole world wide web, folks. 100%. Gina Marie. Let's see what you got going on here. The doppelganger creator trolls are back out. Keep your eyes open, and bubbly waters blocked half of us. Bubbly waters blocked half of us, calling us trolls. Well, we're not gonna have any of that kind of stuff going on in here. Everybody needs to get along in here. That's what this channel is all about. If there's any differences, I want everybody to put them to the side for me. Welcome, Booney. Good to see you. That my number one fan has entered the chat, guys. We have to be very respectful. So welcome, Booney. Good to see you. And everyone, please again leave them that DNA on the like button for me. I would appreciate that. Any differences that anybody has, guys, when you come into this channel, I ask you very politely to please leave them to the side. Leave them at the door when you come in. We can all agree to disagree. We can all get along, guys. We can all be happy together in here, okay? And that's what it's all about to me, folks. So I do appreciate that, and the respect that everyone gives to each other is appreciated as well. Welcome, Tara. It's great to see you so very much. Thank you for joining me today. I do appreciate that. I am brand new in here. Can someone tell me how to change my name so it's not so public? How would you like it to be changed, hon? Bubbly didn't block it when I blocked them. If you are referring to my lives, so leave her alone, please, Bubbly. I'm sorry for this. I don't know anything about that. My apologies. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Willows. Keep the drama for your mama. That was funny. Jilly Bean, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. My heart feels her anguish. I believe Kim has heard everything she speaks of. What kind of person would she be if she didn't let what she heard out? And that's my thought. And that's why I wanted her to be here, guys. I wanted her to have a platform she could go to where she's not going to be ridiculed, where she's not going to be talked down to, where she's not going to be yelled at, spit at, whatever you want to call it, and just relax and say what she's got to say and get it out there without being so anxious about it. I'm just saying. That's all. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, brother. I have not. No, sir. Who knows? I may just do that. We never know. Somebody named Eddie's here. So welcome, Eddie. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know if anybody could help the lady that Tara about changing her name. I'm not real sure how you could do that, Tara, to not be so public. It's a question. It's actually a good question because I've never heard anybody ask that. So absolutely, princess. Like I said, I just want everybody that comes in here. I do not allow anybody to rap on each other. There's no point in it. There's not. That's why I exist the way I do. And I have for over a year, and it's been successful. So I'm going to keep it that way. And I appreciate you all respecting that. I do very much so. I appreciate you all being here, first of all, but I appreciate you all respecting that and each other. We're all grown adults, folks, and it's okay for everybody to have different opinions on things. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not illegal. It doesn't make us a bad people either. So, that's my point, Jeff. The 100% that we should be able to hear Kim's thoughts. I hope Kim will receive any doubts that we may have in her theories. And she would. I've heard her. She's very easily a very easy person to talk to, guys. She doesn't. Oh, okay, I got you, Maiden. Good to know. Good to know. There's no reason that, like I said to you, a lot of you guys that were in here the other day, I said if somebody comes in here and tells me, you know what, Dago, here's what my theory is, that aliens landed on King Road. And they're the ones that went in. These little green dudes, they went in. That's why there was no blood all over them, because, it just slid off their skin. They went in, did this, they got back in the ship, and they took off. I mean, but here's the thing. That's somebody's opinion, and I respect that as another person. So I won't laugh at that person. I'm not going to ridicule that person. I'm not going to throw that person out of here. That's the whole point in all of this, folks. And all of those things that we put together like that, it goes into this little thing we call a think tank. And one of these days, with all these little pieces and parts of different information that you have, you never know. Somebody may actually solve a crime by doing that, by not fighting against each other's theories and opinions and all that stuff, and calling somebody crazy because they believe a certain way. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. Kelly Coker, good to have you here, and I appreciate that very much. I do appreciate that. Well, anytime you can hear us, Kim, you're more than welcome to stop in at any time now. I think we got a good crowd in here. If you got, I don't know what time it is where she's at. I'm guessing that she's in Pullman, if I'm correct. So maybe the time is off there. Thank you, Cece. I love you just as much. Welcome, Kelly. Good to see you. CC Ice, thanks for joining us. Welcome from South Africa. We have another lady that comes in here from South Africa when she can, because for some reason they have power outages down there on a daily basis, like 3 to 4 times a day. So she has times that her power's on and times that it's off. So she can only come in here whenever, whenever it's on. It's kind of crazy. Pop stream, good to see you. WSU, okay. What time is it around the WSU area right now? Does anybody know? So many alleged called up and going over the house. Why haven't more spoken out about it if they aren't covered by the gag order? That's a good question, Hash. Good question. Very, very good question. Pop stream. WSU mom can't get in. What are you talking about? She was in here yesterday. Do we need to drop the link for it? Is it that time? Let me know if it's that time. I can drop the link and we can bring it right up on panel. 11:27. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. While we are waiting, 1 second here. She's been trying to get in, but it's not letting her see anything. You mean the stream itself? Or to be able to get on onto the live stream? Okay. Pop Steam. I just put this link in chat. If she can see the chat, she can click on that link right there that says the True Crime Cafe with Dago, and then it has the HTTPS stream. Click on that, and then I should be able to do the rest. It's a good point, Steve. But that's not going to happen in here, Tara. I can promise you that. At least in here, nobody will ever come at you because of your opinions or thoughts, because they won't be in here then. And of course, I won't do it because I don't believe that. Good morning, Kimmy. Thanks for joining us. Let me play this here, guys, while we're waiting still. This is something, because as I said, we were going to go back, and I want to play this. Something I was going to play at the beginning of the week, and I kind of played a different version of this, but as we're waiting for Kim, I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. It's another version of a timeline from the beginning again. So bear with this as we're waiting, and then we will move forward as we can. Okay? Absolutely, Pub. All right, hold on a minute, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on here.
On November 13th, 2022, these 4 university students were discovered stabbed in their home in Moscow, Idaho. Local police described the case as very complex, and it took more than 6 weeks for a suspect to be arrested. We pieced together information from a case affidavit released by authorities, verified publicly available evidence, and pulled in ABC News reporting to create a visual timeline outlining significant events in this case. I'm Emmanuel Saliba, a senior reporter with ABC News. It's around 9 p.m. local time on Saturday, November 12th in Moscow, Idaho. According to an affidavit released by authorities, Zana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are seen hanging out at the Sigma Chi house. It's about a 5-minute walk from their off-campus house on King Road. Zana's roommates Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are at the Corner Club. It's a historic sports bar in town. They stay at the bar for about 3 hours, according to an affidavit released by authorities. And around 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie leave the corner bar. The next available images we have of them are in this surveillance footage obtained by ABC News. They're heading towards a local food truck, which is about a 6-minute walk from the bar. Police say this man with them is not a suspect. This is the Grub Truck. They have been streaming live on Twitch since about 10 p.m. And around 1:41 a.m., we see all 3 of them walk into frame. Maddie and Kaylee order food.
Have a good night. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think I would like the Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need? That's the second one? Awesome.
$10.
Cool. Thank you.
Or something. Thank you very much.
They wait around for about 10 minutes. Around 1:51 a.m., they grab food from the truck window and walk out of frame. Police confirm that at this point they get picked up by a car service, and about 6 minutes later, they arrive at home on King Road. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. 2:47 a.m., according to police, a phone belonging to the suspect, Brian Kohlberger, stops connecting to the cell network in nearby Pullman, Washington. This is where he lives and studies criminology as a PhD student at Washington State University. 2:53 a.m., authorities say a white sedan consistent with the vehicle registered to Kohlberger is seen traveling towards the highway that connects Pullman and Moscow. It's only about a 10-mile drive between the 2 cities. At 3:29 a.m., surveillance footage obtained by police from the King Road neighborhood captures a white sedan making an initial drive by the victim's house. Authorities say this car will make another 2 passes in the next 30 minutes. It's 4 a.m. According to the affidavit, Zana receives a DoorDash delivery, and a source tells ABC News that the delivery is contactless and the order is left at the front door. A surviving roommate would later tell authorities that around this time, 4 a.m., she wakes up to what sounds like Kaylee playing with her dog in a room on the 3rd floor. She also reports hearing someone say, "There's someone here." 4:04 a.m., authorities say the white sedan is seen driving into the neighborhood a 4th time. 4:12 a.m., according to phone records obtained by police, Zana is awake and using TikTok. The affidavit states that the same surviving roommate says she hears what sounds like crying coming from Zana's room. She opens her door a 2nd time and says she hears a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At 4:17 a.m., this security camera on a neighbor's home picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. This camera is less than 50 feet from Zana's bedroom. The affidavit states the surviving roommate then opens her door a 3rd time. She sees a masked man walking past her towards the sliding glass door in the kitchen. In frozen shock, she locks her door. 4:20 a.m., police say the white sedan is seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate speed. 5:25 a.m., authorities say that same vehicle is seen on 5 cameras back in the Pullman area, near where the suspect lives. And then, between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m., police say data collected shows the suspect's phone appearing near the scene of the murders. About 8 hours after the killings, a 911 call reports an unconscious person at the scene of the crime. Shortly after, Moscow police discover the bodies of 4 students.
The facts of the case that we know right now.
November 16th, police reveal the 4 victims were stabbed to death.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him.
This is Ethan's mom on November 30th at a vigil honoring her son and the 3 other victims.
That's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
We're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
December 7th, no suspects have been publicly identified, and Moscow police appeal to the public for help.
Any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
December 15th, Koberger and his father are driving eastbound on I-70 when they get pulled over by a Hancock County Sheriff's deputy.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We're slightly punchy because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
They're driving across the country to their family home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
10 minutes later, they are pulled over again, but this time by Indiana State Police. Both departments would later say they had no identifying information on the suspect at the time of these stops or the alleged vehicle involved. The Indiana State Police added in another statement that its agency wasn't directed by the FBI to make the traffic stop. 15 days later, Koberger is arrested in Pennsylvania. The FBI identified the suspect by linking DNA evidence from the crime scene to a public genealogy database. January 3rd, he is extradited back to Idaho, where he is charged with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder. In a statement, his extradition lawyer in Pennsylvania said his client was eager to be exonerated. The suspect remains in custody, awaiting his next court appearance in June.
All right, all right, all right. I hope she's coming. From what I'm guessing or what I'm gathering, the that other person that was talking was her, and she was having trouble getting in here. But if she got in here under that name, she should be able to get in here under that name. Either way. Let's see here. Papa Roger. Courage is doing what you are. Courage is doing what you're afraid to do. There can be no courage unless you are scared. Sent from my iPad, of course. Yeah, I know, Jules. Very good point there. Kim can't even hear the live stream. Wait. She was in here, yes. Who? Okay, Pop Steam. Can you who? How do you? Are you talking to Kim Pop Steam? She right there in your chat thinks she's saying having issues. Is that who? Is that? Are you Kim Pop Steam? If that's the case, you can use that Pop Steam account and just click on the link, and we can do it that way. That way, you don't have to worry about the other account. All you have to do is right here. Okay, yeah, Pop Steam. Just click on that link right there below Angelic Darkness, and that will bring you in. She's reading but can't hear or see a screen. Can someone put a phone number up? Yeah, hold on a minute. On the bottom of my screen, there's a ticker that has my 1-800 number on it. You can call in that way too. There it is right there, 234-703-4047. That's going to be rough because it causes feedback, but I mean, it's either way, whatever we got to do. All right, everybody, be nice to each other in here, please. Right. So yeah, you can call that 234-703-4047. Oh, I think it's about to ring because I started feeling feedback. Yeah, hold on. By the way, for those of you, because I have a lot of I get anonymous donations. Whoever does that, I appreciate you so very much, and I respect the anonymity if you want that. But thank you, because again, that will keep me coming back up here to see you guys on a regular basis. What's up, Hammer? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate you so much. Doggo. Yep. I got you, buddy. It's all good in the hood, my brother. All good in the hood. All right, I put the number in the chat as well. Underneath my name in the chat is the number you can call in if you need to. That's if that'll work better for you. Excuse me. Whatever makes you comfortable and whatever's easiest for you to do. Here we go. I actually could run this right into one second, everybody. Okay.
Awesome. Hi, Michelle. Apple. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello, you're on the line with the Dago.
Hi, Dago. Sorry if I mute, but this is Michelle. I just was calling. I didn't mean to upset you, but I found that you know, that she lives in this area.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. No, I understand. I'm trying to hold on a minute. Yeah, I had to run this through. 1 second, everybody. Sorry about the feedback. No, no, no. I think you. Yeah, I think you were fine. Um, yeah. You know what, guys? Give me a moment. Let me reset all of this here. Be right with you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. No, no, no worries. Hold on 1 second. Okay, you can hear me? All right. I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. Let's try it this way. Can you hear me okay, Michelle? I can't hear you. Hold on. Let's try it now. How about now? Say something now.
Well, let me see if I can put it on mute.
No, no, no.
Yes, I can hear you.
You're
Can you
okay
hear
now.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think everybody else can too.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you were fine, Michelle. I don't think anybody took anything offensively that you had said, so we're okay.
Okay. Okay, but if I'm wrong, then I need to know and apologize if I'm wrong. But I could have swore I heard her on several shows when they asked her. She's like, "Well, I'm from around here in the community."
Okay.
So.
Yeah,
okay,
no, that's.
And then I also wanted to say a lot of great points in chat today.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
You have a good day, and I will talk to you later.
Yes, ma'am. You as well. Thanks for calling again. This was Michelle Epple, folks, one of the subscribers in the chat. Again, either Kim or Pop Steam, if you can hear me now. I have the number posted up on screen. If it's easier for you to call in, if you can't, yeah, she's in chat, guys. I got everything together now. If everybody can hear me, there's no static now. Everybody's good. Can you hear now, Tara? I just took everything out of my soundboard and I'm running it direct, so it should be all right. I don't know why that does that. It's ridiculous. Can you guys hear anything I'm saying? Anybody, please? If you can hear me, okay, put a 1 in the chat, please. Only buzzing. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Hold on. Let me check something here. Hello, hello, hello. All right. We good? All right. Good deal. Okay, okay, okay. Now I can't hear or see anything except the chat. Okay. Okay, call in on that number then, Pop Steam. Okay, good guys. I'm glad. Sorry about all the technical crap. I don't know. I was running through this thing, okay? And it must have been causing some kind of a problem. So I just disconnected it all. That way there's no issues with anybody. And the headphones. I mean, it is what it is. The headphones, they're expensive headphones. Yes, I see you, Casey. I don't know, Steve. I'm kind of curious myself. I'm telling you, Kim can't get the link. She can call, but there is no. Okay, she can call then. I don't understand why she couldn't get the link if she got it from everybody else. The StreamYard link seems to be working okay. Jules, do me a favor if you would, dear. Can you click the link and see if it'll bring you into my backstage to where I could pull you up if I wanted to? No, I can see you, Casey. You're fine. You're absolutely there. You're perfectly fine right there. I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I know. She's been on multiple. She was in my chat yesterday. Said she'd be here between 12 and 12:30. Her time, obviously. I didn't clarify that. All right. Thank you, Jules. Here it is. This is kind of ridiculous. I'm sure there are, Tara. All right, hold on, everybody. Hello.
Kim, to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, you're live with the Dago.
I'm sorry. I can read everything, but I can't see any pictures of anybody or like. But I can read the only thing I can do is read the chat. I can't hear anything.
Okay. You've used StreamYards before, right?
I'm a technical idiot.
I mean, like when I don't know what other programs the other people's panels you've been on clicked. If you had to click like a link to get on the panel with them.
It wouldn't. Well, yeah, I've done that before.
Okay, because if that link is in chat, if you click on that, it should bring you right in here with me.
Okay. I'll try. If I don't, it's not for lack of trying.
No. I absolutely. Yeah. No, I absolutely understand, hon. No worries. I'm gonna go. If you can see the chat, I'm gonna go ahead and click, and I'm gonna post a link in the chat right now that has. It says the True Crime Cafe with Dago, and underneath it says HTTPS. Okay, and all that. No. You don't have to use your face. That's fine. No. Just use an icon is perfectly fine.
Somebody put something that I was speaking anyway to somebody, and they put and I don't know where they got it. It's not. I don't think it's me, but I guess it could be.
Yeah, no. That's absolutely fine. Just use a regular plain old icon or just the circle, whatever you want to do, hon. Whatever you're safest and comfortable with.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. I'll try it. I'll go back in and try it. So, what's up?
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's try this again. Okay, hold on, folks. 1 second here. All right, yeah, that worked fine. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate that. Very much so. All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. Right there. Okay, good to go. Moderators, if you would please watch the chat. What's the matter, Casey? You're blocked from the chat? That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, Casey, go out of the stream and come back in, and you should be okay. Okay? You're not blocked, hon. Just go out and come back in. Thank you, Jules. Appreciate that. You should be. You're moderated anyway, aren't you? All right, here she is, guys. Hold on. Can you hear me, Kim?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. There we go. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I was not able to. I still can't hear anything on the live right now. I don't know why.
Can you hear me?
I can read. I can hear you now. I can hear perfectly now. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly now.
Okay. Well, I think what it was is I had a soundboard hooked up to everything and it was running. I think there might be a glitch with my soundboard, so it's fine. Yeah, and my apologies for all the technical.
No,
crap.
I'm sorry. I mean, I could see people were frustrated, and I'm certainly,
No.
I don't ever want to do that. So I apologize to everybody who waited.
No. You are absolutely fine, and I've already had a discussion with the entire chat. Everything. Everybody is going to be very respectful, polite. And I am very appreciative of this today. And the floor is all yours to say whatever you want to say in here in any way, shape, or form, and nobody will say a word to you out of the way. I can promise you that, because they won't be here if they do.
Okay, so I have no problem, first of all, with people questioning or not believing me or saying whatever they want. I mean, I'm pretty thick-skinned. Nobody's gonna hurt my feelings. I just want people to know my intention is truly only to keep this on front page and get justice for these kids and these families.
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
And these other kids safe. I mean, I know, my daughter graduated already, and so we're completely gone from there. But my heart, my brain, my heart, is still in there. These people deserve justice. I don't want to see anybody else hurt.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And guys, if you can, everybody be as welcoming as you can. I see everybody in chat is saying, I believe you. Hello, welcome, everything. So you are very welcome here, as I said. And like I said, I want you to be able to come out here and say your piece, say what you want to say. I'm sure there's going to be questions, and I want everybody to understand that if she does not want to answer a specific question live like this, we have to respect that, because I absolutely do. Okay.
And I will tell people if I don't feel like I should be answering that question. And I also want people to be really, really clear that I am me, and I know there's somebody out there who's pretending to be me apparently now, and it is not Michelle. It is absolutely not. When I saw how mean people were to her and accusing her of saying the things that I just feel terrible that she got put in that position. That wasn't, she's not, I just felt terrible. And she's had a lot of consequences from that. And I think that it's hurtful. And I'm here because of one case and just this. It's not, I care about everybody, but it's not, this case put me here. This is something she does on the regular, and she's smart, right? She's got good, she's got really good takes on things. And so it's just a shame that people can be so mean.
Especially out here, YouTube is a beast that is not tamed by any means whatsoever. And
right.
It's a funny way to say it, but it's a fact. It's definitely not a tamed. So,
right. So I don't know if people want me. I mean, if you want to ask questions, I'll take questions if that's the easiest way. However you want to go about it. I just want to clear the air so people know whatever questions they have. Yeah.
No, absolutely, guys. And I want you to be comfortable first and foremost. That is the absolute. Okay, good. I want to make sure 100%. That you're comfortable and that you know that you are welcome here in this channel, on this platform, anytime ever. Okay.
Yes, and I appreciate that, and you, and for all your hard work as well.
Thank you so very much. I've said from day one. Let me just put this out there. From hearing you and the things you've said, I came on Michelle's panel the other day and I spoke to you for just a short period of time.
Sure. Right.
And I had said, first off, it takes a lot of courage to do what you've been doing. And I have the utmost respect for you because of that. Okay. This is not, like I said, it's a very untamed beast, and you have to have thick skin to do what you've been doing. So, it's something crazy. I'll tell you that much. In this case,
Well, yeah,
you know,
it's terrible. And my journey
is-
here is easy. My journey in this is so much easier than the families where a lot of people, it's easy to stand behind a circle where nobody really knows. Although I was somebody, I think it's,
absolutely.
I mean, the picture is fine, but it's, I don't know where they got it, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
When my friends called and told me, and then I had them go ahead and
Right.
ask
Right.
where you got it, but keep it up. I'm okay with it. Guys,
Okay.
keep that picture up. Works out for me. Right.
Absolutely.
So it's
Wonderful.
not, you know, so I just want everybody to know I feel like it's not as hard for me as it is for a lot of other people, and that's doing this, the families and
Yeah.
the friends, you know. So, and as a human being, we owe it to each other to,
That's right.
you know, if we see something, we say something, if we hear something, even if we might be wrong, we consider everything, we explore everything. And I want to be wrong. I now will go down forever saying that I wish the things that I have been told I had were not true, but I have no reason not to believe the people who told me.
Right.
So
No, and I feel that. And here's another thing, folks. I've heard her talk on a few different panels. You know, Turkey, T-Rev, all that stuff. I've heard it happen, and you can tell. I've done this for a while, guys. Okay, and I've also been in. You know, I'm a retired firefighter, EMS worker. I've dealt with people for years. Okay, and it's very hard to put a certain amount of passion in your voice or a certain amount of compassion in your voice about something if you're being fake. And that is why from the moment that I've heard you speak, I've believed everything you've said. Okay.
thank you.
When you have a true fear and a true how can I put this? Well, true compassion for an issue like this scenario, you can't really put that out there. I'm a very observant person. I can read people for the most part. I always have been able to. And so people saying this and that, and I don't believe this and I don't believe that, and I don't care. I don't care because I know what I feel and what I hear. So that's why.
And I appreciate and I stand behind everything I say. And if I am wrong, then I apologize for that. And that's I'm not saying anything because I need to know, or I don't need any attention. I have 7 children. Trust me, I get enough.
Absolutely.
Right. And they are they're my priority. So I you know,
yes,
and it's been difficult to process as a parent with the students there. I can't imagine for the parent. I just can't, like, I just don't have the words for that. My soul aches for these. My soul aches for Emma Bailey. I mean, there's something so nefarious going on there that like Emma Bailey's never been in trouble in her life, and then all of a sudden and I think she's a child, she's 22, right? That she's got a DUI, and now she's facing a trial on May 15th where somebody's died because of drugs. She supposedly sold him and took him. And whoever these people are, they're getting smarter because people are now dying in Washington state, not Idaho. So they're taking them out of state. So now they're in different jails. That's harder for people, YouTubers, to track, in my opinion. I mean, I thought it was really curious that he was admitted to Harborview Medical Center, which is one of the best, probably the best trauma center in the world, honestly. And so they wouldn't really, I'm sure mistakes happen, but I just don't believe that they released a young man for an overdose if he wasn't okay, for him only to die 3 hours later.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I've seen,
it makes no sense.
Right. I've dealt with Ohio. I'm from Ohio, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
And I guess we've been called the opiate capital of the world because we have so many overdoses from it. I've dealt with so many of them hands-on. And you just don't do that, especially at a place like a trauma center, as you're saying. That's not going to happen. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me at all.
It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit with anything that is I mean, but people want to believe police officers. I want to believe police officers. I believe them. I trust. We weren't allowed to say cop in our home growing up was a bad word. In my children's home, it was a bad word. It's police officer only.
That's
right?
right. That's right.
You stop, you drop, you listen, you talk about it later.
Yes.
There's all respect for that.
My
You know, and my
grandfather.
God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
My
go ahead.
grandfather
No,
was
you're
a
not.
police
Go ahead.
officer, police chief. My biological father was a police officer. My uncle's a
Yeah.
police officer. So absolutely, I get it 100%.
Right.
And that's just the way it is. And I've always been that way. Okay. Always been that way. When I started dealing with true crime and these cases, things in my mind started changing, sadly. And I didn't want that to be, you know, I screw a blue light bulb into my front porch light in support of the police. You know what I'm saying? That's something we do around here. And I have friends. I've worked side by side with police officers over the years. Things are different nowadays. I'll just have to put it that way. So, you know, I do agree with you though, 100% on that. What I want to do to start this off though is just, you don't have to give exact, on these things, because I want to keep you safe and all that too. But just if you could, for some people that aren't familiar with you, put out there whereabouts you live at roughly compared to where the crime happened.
So I live about 6 hours away from Moscow and Pullman. They're 5 minutes apart, so they're together.
Right.
And we're on the west side, and Pullman is on the east side, is how they call it. It's how it's divided. So that's where I live. My kids attended Wazoo. Several of them did, actually, and some different colleges over there, and then UW here on the side of the mountain. So, and out of state as well. But they have, my youngest two are transferring now to East Coast schools. But, and not because they're safer, but just because they just worked out. Well, but they're leaving Wazoo because of the safety issue, for sure, and the police issue there, for sure. But
absolutely.
So we were there the weekend of that had happened, because it was Parents Weekend. The weekend prior to Wazoo's Parents Weekend was U of I's Parents Weekend, and then Wazoo's was the weekend the children were harmed, and we didn't even know. We were in the car and we got a phone call on the ride home over the pass. So, and one of my children knew. My senior knew, and my senior didn't want to leave school. You know, when she was a senior in high school, and she's absolutely fine. So, but just a little background: she had to leave. She had brain surgery her senior year. She was a flyer and cheer. She had an injury, a traumatic injury, and she's fine. Obviously, she graduated from college in 4 years with a minor and a major, and she's fine. You know, but it was a long senior year. She did her high school senior year. Then we had COVID. And she loves school. She's Greek row. She loves it. It's Wazoo's a perfect fit for her. And she wasn't telling me because she knows I would have packed her stuff and thrown them all in the car and brought them right straight home with us the minute that she heard. It wouldn't even been an option. So there was a lot of fear there. There was a lot of fear. 3 sleepless months of not sleeping, and then more deaths since then.
Yes.
And that is terrifying. I mean, Sunday we got a shelter-in-place notification 8 hours after it had begun for a guy who strapped a bomb to himself, went into an off-campus apartment, which is still kook housing. Off-campus apartments are still under the domain of kook housing over in Pullman. So it's not like the school is not in charge of it. Now, the Pullman Police Department responds if you're off-campus living and for Greek Row, and Wazoo responds if you're within the interior of the campus. So it's just 2 different police departments because it's so much ground to cover. But I know that was a question somewhere along the way, is that, and the police department is very depleted because of the whole sexual inappropriateness that the 4 officers were let go. So they're already running on a skeleton crew because they haven't been able to replace them. It just happened in September when everything was finalized, I think. But that's like their 3rd one, and there's no transparency. They tell us nothing.
You know what? With you saying that, it makes me wonder, like, you would think becoming a police officer is something that you, I mean, there's background checks done, so on and so forth, where they have to check on the anything that you've been involved in, and so on and so forth. Now, with those 4 officers, I mean, this is kind of jumping off subject a little bit. We're going to go back.
Okay, go on. Yeah. No, it's important. This part's important.
It is very important, you guys. Why were they not checked out before they were hired in? And this is something that happened previous, right? Or was this something that happened?
Right. Well, they were moved. So three of them, of the four, one is no longer an officer. He's been stripped of all his credentials in Washington State. That doesn't mean he can't go to Idaho and become a police officer. And
right.
So then the one of them, I think, did retire wholly and completely, but then two of the others are working in different counties, I think in Washington State or maybe in Idaho, but they're still working, even though they covered it up. And that was their crime in it. One person committed it. And so I'm going to say this as well. You're in college age kids are adults, right? Obviously they're still young and naive, and they could be groomed or whatever. But the police officer is pretty young, probably too. So there's a whole lot of that going on too. And trust me, I'm in a Me Too movement. My boys know, you know what? No means no, maybe means no, yes means get the fuck out of the room, because guess what? You just don't. And but I come from a Me Too place. And I think that they're close in age, there's no supervision, they're running this little, it's like being in the wild west over there. It's their own rules. And they follow them. Yeah.
Now, do you think that is just due to the way they run things? Because I have, with what I do, I get DMs from people all over the place constantly.
Sure.
And it was talked about not too long ago about how they kind of have their own rules, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to that person that I was talking to, I said, yeah, it is kind of like that. And they asked me, do you think it has anything to do with the whole Christ Church situation, and that they can do what they want, this and that and everything else? And it's like, I don't really know. I don't know a whole lot. I haven't delved into a lot of that. I have done research on it, but it seems to me that Moscow itself kind of has its own government.
It's got
completely separate government all to itself, and it's kind of crazy.
They would like to be their own country.
That's exactly what. Back in the days when Texas was separate from the rest of the United States, that's what it reminds me of. Like, okay, this Moscow, Idaho, is its own continent now.
Its own place, right? They want to be, and they would like to be their. Yeah,
it's crazy.
They definitely would. And I don't know. So part of the Brady Giglio is because the officers involved did not give the police cameras to the people who are involved were the guy who runs the church. I can't remember his name, Olson or Wilson. I can't remember his last name.
Oh, Wilson, Doug Wilson, yes.
Yeah. So, and I'm going to preface this all with, I think that church I think what's happening there is it's criminal itself. It's its own. It's very scary. The kids all know about it, at least in Pullman, and stay away from it. They're afraid of it.
Yeah.
We've been able to keep them out of Washington as much as we can from their land grabs, but they land grab, I'll tell you what, and they have been. So anyway, that's just a preface to this. But they had this mass thing. They had a public demonstration. Two of the church's leaders' sons were caught sticking stickers everywhere. That's why they call it Stickergate. And they were like communist type stickers, and they were arrested. And then it was whatever happened. The Moscow police refused to give they said there was no police cameras, which there were in fact police cameras. They've still not released the audio part of it.
Right.
For this. So I don't know that they're working together as much as they're working against each other, but I do know that the Moscow Police Department is afraid of the church. And I think it's because of the Giglio, and that is completely what I've pieced together. Well, they're right, because these officers get in a lot of trouble because they've lied.
Right, absolutely.
And
100%.
so that my thinking is, as just putting one and one together to make two, it's, well, yeah, they don't like each other now because you arrested his kids and then you lied and wouldn't give up the material, and you could lose your job over it. And so that, I mean, that's what makes sense to me. Is so I don't know that they are in cahoots anymore. I think they probably were prior to this event, though. I think they were probably pretty tight, and I think now they're pretty careful and cautious. But absolutely. I also know that, and this information I do have, is that these noise complaints are a message to these kids to keep your mouth shut, do what you're told, don't speak.
I've heard that from more than one source, that was what it was. And if you notice, and this was just my take on it, okay?
Mhm.
And it was as they when some of these guys were knocking on the doors for the noise complaints, and they're we're listening to what's going on in the body cam videos and this and that and everything else, and the way they're coming across, like a lot of these
Right.
guys, I mean, college kids are cocky. It is what it is. They're young
Sure.
they're teenagers, some of them, and
They're
young
feral
adults.
kittens.
I was that way too. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they're adults on their parents' dime. Like, give me a break. Honestly,
that's it.
They're
That's it.
feral kittens. They don't listen. They come home thinking they know it by Christmas time. I'm always ready to send them straight back to school. Go,
100%.
go back
Something,
and be your big boy yourself. Right.
Just to give you a heads up, we have something in common. I have 7 kids of my own. I absolutely know where you're at. Yes, I do. I have a 30-year-old. I have a 30-year-old, 29-year-old, 28-year-old, 3 26-year-olds, and a 16-year-old. So there you go. You know what I'm going through.
Do you have triplets?
I have twins. Me and my wife did the Birdie Brunch scenario. Okay, I had 3. She had 3, and then we had 1 together. So.
Oh, that's super sweet. That's really sweet. Yeah, really
it
cute.
was a lot of fun.
And there's twins in there. It's
yes,
a lot. Yeah, they're such a gift, right? I mean, my
They
oldest is 38, and my youngest is 20. So I've got. I didn't have any. My husband had no kids when we got married. I had 5 kids by myself, and I never thought I'd get married. Who wants to marry someone with 5 kids? Well, apparently he did. So we added 2. Yeah, and he's a great dad. Yeah,
I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it for the world, though. It was an experience of a lifetime. I'll put it that way. So.
Right. Yes.
But yeah. I just wanted to let you know that we have that in common. So I do understand where you're coming from with the kids and worrying about them too. So
yes, right.
Now that we know like where you're at as according to this and your children and so on and so forth. Now, what I want to ask you is, when this all went down, the day that this went down, okay, the morning this went down. Now I had some questions of my own because we initially got. I do want to ask you your take on specific things, and then I want to ask you just a generalized outlook on certain things too. So,
okay.
And of course, I'm going to try to catch.
I see Daniel's up here. Daniel's in here. I just see him in the chat because that's popping up now. And I will be on his show tonight. I was going to be on. He wanted me to be on last night, but something happened. But I'll tell you what. I defer to him all the time because he is he's an ex. Officer, he's a really good way of talking me off the ledge.
I'll be honest with you. I have respect for Daniel because he vetted you, and that's why I believed in this too initially, and that's why I said, I like what he says. I listen to the things he talks about, and I have a lot of respect for him and his show. In turn, that's why he vetted you, so in turn I trusted it as well. So.
And I know he's going to calm me. Like, I know I feel better after, and I can reach out to him at any time. He's been amazing I could reach out and say, hey, this has happened. And he kind of gives he just, just like you said, I mean, he can talk me off the ledge because I can be on a ledge. I can't see my kid. And it's 6 hours to get to them if something goes down.
Right.
That's terrifying.
That's panic mode. It's absolutely panic.
And I don't think anybody's watching them closely over there. I mean, I know they're just out there. They think the guys in jail, they're good to roll.
The thing is, and that was another issue I had, is that why doesn't Idaho have its own college security or college police? Why is Moscow the only thing that will show up when that happens? I mean, with multiple fraternities and sororities and so on and so forth, you would think they would want more of a security basis there, and they got the local police department going house to house to house to house to house, doing all this. It doesn't seem to fit with me. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I think it's such a small community, and it is a desert when school's out of session. Like during the summer or at breaks, it's very quiet. The school is their main income, and the school's half the size of Washington State University. So. It's just a smaller school. So, I don't know where their police officers make so much. And here's the thing. I think they should make more. I think teachers should make more. I think firefighters should make more. I think the people like doctors, lawyers, real estate broker, and I'm a broker, we should make less. And people who are actually serving should make way more because you know what? I couldn't be a teacher. I tried that during COVID. That didn't
Yeah,
work out.
I wish you would have been on the podium back when before I retired from being a firefighter and a paramedic, because nobody thinks we need any money these days, I guess, but whatever. Same with police officers. None of them make enough money. I'm telling you, none of them.
No. And today, I would never want my kid to be a police officer. I'm sorry, but I just wouldn't anymore, because you can't do anything right if you're a police officer. In my opinion, I'm not being political. I'm just saying that you can't do anything right if you're a police officer. It's going to come at you, right? And if you're afraid of protecting yourself and your community, and you're letting a criminal go, what else are you supposed to do? People have been left with no choices.
Try being a paramedic. That's a scare.
One of my sons is, and I will tell you, it was. I didn't love it. In fact, we have a deal now. Every time I hear a siren, if I text, he answers. That's the rule.
Yeah.
Because you know it's worrisome. You don't know. Things happen.
It is, absolutely. It is. 100%. I agree with that. So to the question I was going to ask to start this off with, we got where you're from, so on and so forth. But from what I've heard and what I understand, your daughter received a text message when this happened. Initially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, welcome, Cindy. Now, what time did that actually happen, Kim? When did she get that text message? Do you remember?
How I found out from her was we got the alert at about between 4 and 5, somewhere in that area, from the school saying they were on lockdown, that 4 students had been murdered at U of I. Nobody was in. I can't remember the exact verbiage of it. So I immediately called my daughter. My husband immediately called the boys, and I said, "What's going on? Have you heard it? Are you locked in?" And she said, "I already know, Mom. It happened at 10 a.m." And she knew. She said, "I knew at 10 a.m. Not it happened at 10 a.m." Sorry, I misspoke.
I know.
I knew it. I knew at 10 a.m. and she proceeded to tell me every single thing she knew. And I said, "Why didn't you tell me when I was there?" And she said, "Because you'd make me come home." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I might just turn around." And my husband, who is far less, he's that one like Daniel, like he can calm me down, right? So he's like, "No, well, let's just give it a minute." And then the police are saying there's no threats to the community, but they're not saying why there's no threats to the community, and they don't know why it occurred. They don't know who did it, so they're at large. So how in the world are you telling me there's not a threat to the community? That was my first, when you think something's not right. The police are saying to us there's no threat to the community, yet I know 4 students, and the police what happened to them, and the police weren't there until noon, and the girls knew in the middle of in the nighttime when they came in the house.
Right. So
and nobody called 911.
And that's one of the biggest problems I've had with this whole thing. That's why I was asking, did you get an exact time from when your daughter got her text message? You said,
I think it was 10 o'clock. She said 10 o'clock is the time she gave me. But
and then
she was not the first call. There was an 8:30 group.
8:30. Thank you. I heard that there was 8 to 8:30. Somebody got, so therefore in turn that told me that between based on the timeline we were given, which I do not agree with that timeline at all. Now, did your daughter know who sent the text to her? Was it male, female friend, or somebody? Did she say?
It was yes, it was a sorority sister at Wazoo.
One of her sorority sisters. Okay.
From Wazoo.
From Wazoo. Got you. Okay.
Who dates somebody from U of I.
Okay. And did you know who that person was by chance, or was it just somebody?
I do actually know. Yes, I do know who they are.
Okay. And that, like I said, anything you're not comfortable with, that's all it is. You don't have to say anymore.
Right. And I shouldn't say any more about that. And but I did let the FBI know every single thing. And then I discovered a lie in the whole thing. And I called them with the lie, which is when, and it wasn't I called the FBI for everything first, because
absolutely,
I don't trust lots of. Right. And then I called, and then somebody from the Idaho State Patrol called, and that was the person I spoke to. And Daniel has, I think, his number. I gave him all my records unredacted. He's got everything. Right. He can have anything of mine. And so I gave that all to him. And so that's the officer that when I make a phone call, he's ISP, that's Idaho State Patrol, I believe. And when I discovered there was a lie, because it still wasn't clicking, right? It's been like Groundhog's Egg in my house ever since it occurred, it's like, no 911, like, really? Like, why? And I have a lot of questions. I question her a lot, and my boys too, because my boys know a lot of information. They all these kids do. And
right.
So when I discovered a lie in that, I told them, and that's my biggest concern at this moment is that when I told the ISP officer this, and he said back to me, and I know, and I'm going to say that he said, we've discovered several lies in the students' alibis.
The students, as in who?
As in some students, whatever. They didn't expound that. They wouldn't give it to me. I think he was just in conversation. He might have said, we were having a conversation, and I said, I've discovered this lie, and I corrected him what I've learned since. And I don't think my daughter was lying. I think she was just part of the narrative that they created to send out the narrative to say creepy guy did it or whoever, right?
I got you. Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Because it was always creepy guy. Creepy guy was the one, and the girls had always seen. I can't say both girls. I can only say one roommate, and they saw people outside, creepy guy inside, and there was more people there more people there.
Okay, so when we're talking about creepy guy, are we referring to BK?
Well, I guess
let me put it this way. Let me ask you, Kim. Do you think it's him?
Here's what I'm going to stand by. I don't know that it's him. I don't know if it's not him, but I do know, as a mother, what I would ask my child, I would say, but you're in jail right now. So what did you do to get there? Why were you in the vicinity? Why did you put yourself in the place to be considered for this crime? So what role do you have? Out with it. If you didn't do it, fine. But let's get down to business here, right? Let's take a lie detector test. Let's do all of, and I know they're not admissible, but I'm telling you, they're your best friend if you're innocent.
It would tell something. It would tell somebody something. Even if it was not admissible, it would say, okay, he's telling the truth in some sense.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I agree with that. I agree with that.
So that's what I would,
What time do you... Sorry, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I interrupted you. You go ahead.
I was just going to ask, okay, so we know that my biggest issue with this entire thing, I know at least, and everybody in here that knows me knows, is that the 911 call. Now, what time do you think that these kids started arriving there before the police were called?
So, in the beginning, when this all went down, after the news, you saw everything on the news, and I called the FBI and I was speaking to people. I purposely did not watch any of this stuff. I just kept it inside until I got all the information I had out, because I do know as a person, as an adult, that stories can change after you hear something. Like I could hear something and it could just go into my subconscious and so then so I wasn't doing any of this stuff. I was quiet. I was telling the people I needed to tell, and then it went cold. So then I started calling the presidents of the university, and I missed that. I'm a terrible texter, for the record, people. Excuse my poor texting skills.
No, I get
Sorry.
it. I get it.
At 57, it's not going to change. So then calling the governor, I did call the governor of the state. I called the Department of Education. I called the heads of the sororities. I called everybody I could, and I wasn't getting anywhere. And when I called U of I and got the secretary, the president of the school secretary, she said, you need to call people every day and don't let up on this. And she's the one who told me about this whole forum. And so that's what I do. That's my purpose for here. That's where it came from. I didn't even know this was a thing. So as far as timing goes, I don't know that it was. There was never a time given. They never gave a time as it happened. The only thing I do know is, because then I started to do my own looking things up, was that there was they use Snapchat, so it's gone, and people say you can get it back, but like with the Murdoch trial, that's how he got caught. But he's old like me, and I wouldn't know that there's a video on there. The only reason that he got caught from Snapchat is because he didn't open it yet. He didn't know that he had to open it so it would go away.
So it wasn't directly Bethany or I'm sorry, let me do it this way. DM or BF that sent this message to your daughter directly from one of those two?
It was sent to the sorority houses first, and then the sorority house girls sent it to the extended people. So
Okay.
the people who were
So
there at 8:30 are the ones who sent the message.
And is that the time? I mean, in your opinion, do you think that all the frat sorority kids started showing up around 8:30 then, or before that?
So what I do know after from other kids as we've gone through this is that everybody had different roles. There were different, I want to say different groups of kids. And I don't think
Yes.
all the kids, I don't think any of them, I do not think any single student, except for maybe the roommates, knew that they were going to be killed. I think they knew they were going to be shaken down. I think they were all a part of that part of it, or knew about that part of it, and got themselves in over their heads. But I don't think they thought they would be, what happened to them would happen to them. Right. And I don't even know if, so I think basically there's like 3 groups of people. And what they were doing for those hours, when I said cleaning, when the kids told me cleaning, or getting rid of stuff, I think they meant.
That's what my question, one of my other questions was going to be. They got there way earlier. Okay, so we know how many hours it was. And, the police were called at 11:58, correct? Okay, roughly?
Correct.
Okay, so these kids, I had said in one of my other live streams before, that there was never a time given that the people that were the friends, we'll just call them the friends that were called, that showed up, what time they got there. So the timeline we were given was that the unalivings were happened between 4 and 4:20. Okay, I don't agree with that, but that's just what came out. And at that time, it made me wonder. Now, this is just a direct question from me to you, and I just, out of curiosity, person to person, what do you think? Not what you know, but what do you think? I felt, and I've told the people in here, I feel like, according to what DM said, she said that, what we were told, she said, the whole, I saw someone with bushy eyebrows walking towards the sliding door, and I went back in my room. So I'm gonna venture to say that if that's what happened, that she heard the door open and close. Do you think, out of curiosity, that because they were supposedly in the same room together, that they walked out of that room and looked around the house to see what happened?
No. So what I think is that Bethany went to, and I'm going to put allegedly on this, just because I don't want
everything in here is allegedly, yes.
And the thing is, and I don't say something if I'm speaking out of school, but clearly they believe Bethany's testimony will clear him. So clearly it's out there legally in the system that way. So I am going to say that Bethany went to Sigma Chi, and I'm not sure if she returned with Ethan or all of the kids on 40. Let me see how I want to state this, because I really want to be careful how I state it. So just give me a minute to process the right way to say it. 48 hours in 2020. If everybody goes back and watches those episodes and really actually looks at those people, really look at the students on those shows about the story, it's telling, absolutely telling. Okay. And so I think that's a really important thing to do, first of all. And then because when the probable cause affidavit came out, was released by Idaho, and my daughter organically woke up in the morning. It was over Christmas break. She was home by then. It was Christmas break. And one of my boys said to her, "Look what they're saying." And she literally, with still sleep in her face and her eyes, said, "That's not what happened." And I have no reason not to believe her, because everything they've said to date has been proven to be true. Now, not everything they've said has come out yet, but it's not even been considered yet. So and then why would Xana's father say she said to him she was home at midnight if she wasn't home at midnight? And Ethan and his brother took their sister and their sister's friend to a social event on Thursday night. So, and Xana wasn't there. She couldn't be there.
And let me ask you something with what you just said, because somebody asked me that in one of my streams a while back about that whole thing where Xana told her father she was home by midnight. Why would she do that? and just to play devil's advocate, okay? Again, I have adult children too, so on and so forth, and we all know as when our kids are so far away from us at college that do you think it's possible that she may have just told him that to appease him?
I normally, well, perhaps because they tell me that, or they tell my daughters would tell their father that, and they're not going to admit to having a sleepover somewhere. Even if I'm picking you up at the last parents' week in the spring, she was at 8. We got there really early in the morning, and she wasn't there. She was at her boyfriend's house, and I'm like, she was, oh, I walked over early this morning. I'm like, are you serious? Are you kidding me? Did I fall off a turnip truck? Not whatever. You're an adult, right? So the point is, they don't have a reason to lie to us, but I know they still do. So perhaps she did. But he was also at a dance with somebody else. So I don't know what. Perhaps she did. I didn't know her, so I don't know. But I know with my kid, likely she would lie. So that likely could be a thing. Because she doesn't want us to know, right? Even though I don't really care. I mean, I care.
Oh, and here's another question that to go with that one. We've heard the story about Quinn and Ethan getting into a fight that night, and so on and so forth. Again, another reason why you could change the times up for this net. Like, what do you know as far as that fight happening?
So I did not believe it was Quinn. I do believe he got into an argument, but I don't believe it was necessarily. My understanding was about his. It was more the Davids than it wasn't. Quinn's not on Greek Row, so he can't be at Sigma Chi. That's the thing. If you're a guy, you can't be on Greek Row if you're not in a fraternity. They won't let you. It's just so Quinn couldn't be there, even though Dylan was his they were boyfriend and girlfriend. So he couldn't be there. If he was in a different fraternity somewhere, which my understanding is he is not, but Brian Koberger could not be on Greek Row. Brent Kopaka, and you can't even be on Greek Row. There's an age limit for it too. I think it's I'm going to say 23. I could be wrong, but you can't rush.
I heard 25, but yeah, I know what 25, you're saying.
Yeah, right. If you're so and they say it's for safety. I think it's less safety and more, whatever. They're not my jam, but if it gets my kid through college, okay, go. But be a good person. So, which is, so I hesitate to say I would, but that doesn't mean I don't think that Quinn's involved.
Okay, and you saying that, like, can you elaborate on that just a little bit more?
So I would invite everybody. This is, I really can't. I don't want to accuse a kid. Brian,
I understand. Well, before you listen, everybody that's in here, and again, I say this every time, everything that is talked about in here, other than things that have been proven fact, is nothing but pure speculation and very alleged about everything we say. So, there is that as well. So, I know what you're saying.
And I care less about getting in trouble than I do about hurting a kid's life.
No, absolutely. 100%. I get it.
And but I do think it's really important, and I think a lot of things have been swept under the rug. One of Keith Brown should be looked up. He should be looked into. And
who was that again?
His name is Keith Brown. He was married to, I can't remember her name. She's remarried, but she's the head of education for Idaho, the state of Idaho, and her son is a Sigma Chi.
Okay.
So their son together, but he doesn't go by the same last name. He goes by his stepfather's last name.
Gotcha.
Okay. And he is in, I think he's he's an EMT or a firefighter or something in that profession, I believe. And his first name is Matthew, but I don't know. I cannot remember it. But so their son's a Sigma Chi. And then I think that it's really important to check out Dylan's father and Dylan's boyfriend's father, and who Dylan's named after, or Quinn is named after, rather.
Dylan. Okay, so Dylan's father, and do you know Dylan's father's name?
I don't know it. Okay. I don't know it because I think I've tried to not know it.
He's the one that owns that black truck, right?
I have no. Yeah. I don't know. I can't say that I know that.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
No worries. No
I
worries.
do know there's a white truck involved, and I don't. There were several Elantras, and I think that what else we're overlooking is that house and the car in Oregon are owned by the same people.
Yes.
Person.
Yes. It's
That's
Estes.
telling. Yeah, Estes, right? And he has. So when they changed the narrative, when the police said we don't know if the house was the target or the victims were the target, and at first thought I thought, how is the house a target? Like, but then it becomes, does this go with the house? And then when I heard from the students, well, yeah, it's where you go to buy, and I called it a so, you know, I'm Wonder Bread. I'm sorry, I'll own it, right? Keys to the gate, I got it. I don't know that life. I don't know the verbiage or drugs or any of it. So I own that. So if I've labeled something, I apologize also in advance. But that's where you could buy drugs. And it's not just this group of kids. And there's several different parallel crimes that are involved in this that I am aware of. And I know that because another kid came to me in my own home because he was dating a girl who went to U of I. He doesn't go to U of I. He goes to a different college in the state, and showed me something. And I said to him immediately, erase it right now, void, delete it, never speak of it again, which was so dumb. But
yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
It was so dumb of me to say that, though. I was so like, oh my gosh, because I can't get it back. I told him to get rid of it. I don't even know how to find it again. And one of my boys said, why are you showing her that? And he goes, well, I think she should know. And I said, and I did call again the FBI and tell them about it, but I couldn't get it back. But I saw it with my eyes. And I want to say, can I just say this out there right now? There are pictures of those girls that have been doctored, because I've seen the original photos, which have nothing gross in them, so a lot of the things that is out there, people are putting out there for, I don't know why, but it's not.
They're just. What do you mean? Pictures as in like
Photoshop, like adding things to them and discussing
as far
things
as just
to them.
Genuine pictures or pictures after the fact?
They did it after my belief is they did it after the fact, because I saw original pictures, which were absolutely darling. The site was the problem, the concern.
Right.
That I didn't want that information out about them, which now I've obviously given away. But I was just trying to protect them, and I spoke like a mom, like, get rid of it, just get rid of it. And then I thought, oh my gosh, what if that's valuable? And to this day, this child has never spoken about it, and I don't even know if anybody would. If he would speak about it, because he was appalled. Like, he wasn't appalled because it wasn't bad. But then later, when I went to try and find them, and I have shared this with Daniel and with Lana too, because they've had my back and they've protected me and kept it quiet. I mean, they really have. I know there's a whole bunch of, and I'm not getting into any of that. I got black.
I promise you that I will not put anything out that comes from you that you do not tell me to put out. That's one thing I will promise you.
Well, and that, like with T-Rev, I told T-Rev those things because he's got a large audience, and the best thing I can do is keep a large audience interested in this. So if I tell them things, and John, that Detective John, I don't feel like T-Rev was disrespectful, except for towards the families, not me. You're not crushing me when you put that stuff that I told you, trusting you out there.
Right.
Because I've already shared that stuff, and I've already gave that to Olivia, and Steve is already aware of what I know. And any of the parents are free to call me. They know that. They have my number. They could call me.
Right.
So, but why I do that?
Well,
out there?
I agree with you on that. That's why I said that's something that I will never do from this channel. And I'm not saying that, I was kind of slightly appalled with that.
And here's the thing, to T-Rev, he's a good person. His heart and his intentions are in the right spot.
I agree.
He gets wound up. We all do. I know that I can get spun. Everybody can. So I don't hold any ill will towards him. Now, will I ever tell him anything again? Definitely not. But
no, I get you. I got you.
But I do respect him, and I don't want people that hate on him.
100%. I get it. Real quick, though, I have a couple creators that are in my chat with me that are here regularly watching, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay with that if they were to come up here and ask you just a couple questions. Okay.
Ask away. All right.
Sleuthy and Jules, if you guys, I'm going to put the link here. I don't want just everybody jumping on it. So if you guys want to come up here and ask some questions, please feel free. And I just wanted to make sure that Kim, you were comfortable before I did that. So
I am 100%.
the
Sure.
link is in the
Yeah.
chat. Sleuthy, Jules, both of you, if you want to jump in here, ask some questions, please feel free to jump up here.
And I completely respect both of these women. I honestly think they do really well. You do good work. They do really good work too. And I
Thank
really
you.
respect
I know they do. I do absolutely agree with you. I follow both of them. I respect both of them very highly, and
Very
so
much.
therefore that's why I'm comfortable with them doing this.
Yeah.
And I'm
100%.
comfortable with them coming up here asking you questions because I know they'll be professional and they'll be very, very, you know what I mean, respectful.
Right,
so.
right. And if I have to tell them something quietly behind the scenes, I will be happy to do that. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody out there, but they do the work. You know what I'm saying? And I would tell you privately, but for some, like, no, I don't think it should go to the general public. I do think the families listen. And
you're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct.
So
100%.
So ask away. They can ask away.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you can both come up here at the same time, Sleuthy, if you want to, and you guys can just mute each other if you want to while you're asking questions, whatever you want to do. Either way.
Are you asking your dad or them?
No. I was telling them.
I don't care. Yeah, however they do it is fine with me.
Sleuthy was trying to tell Jules she could go, but they could both come up here if they want to and just sit and listen while the other one does. Either way. Okay. She said she's on a work call. So Sleuthy, you can come up here first time if you want to, if you're more comfortable that way. All right. And again, Kim, I do appreciate this greatly, and thank you so very much for doing this again.
Well, thank you for keeping it on the front page because that's truly the goal, is to find justice.
Absolutely.
And get all of the players in this. I don't know if Brian's one of them or not, but every single person who is needs to be adjudicated. A lot of it too, even for these kids who might have done something on accident or they didn't realize what was happening. If they don't get it, if there's no atonement for them, how do they heal and grow up to be productive people? How do they forgive themselves? I can't imagine. I've always thought when my kids got their licenses, as desperately sad, horrifying as it would be if they killed themselves, what if they had to live with killing another human being? Like, you know,
right. I mean, that's something you're gonna live with for the rest of your life. That's not a joke. You know, I get it.
And it changes you.
Right. It will. That can take the softest person and make them the hardest person.
Right.
100%. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. Right.
If she should be coming here. Oh, there she comes. Here she comes. All right.
Okay. All right.
One moment here. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you too.
Oh, good. Yes.
All right. There you go.
Hey, Kim.
Hi. How are you?
Good. I hate. How long have y'all been up here?
Oh, you know what? I am. Somebody asked. I don't even. I'm not working right now. I'm kind of retired.
We had some struggles getting her in here at first, so it's all right.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything. My phone was like, I don't know what I was doing wrong. I always blame myself when it's tech.
I was wanting to kind of go backwards, and so I didn't know if you all been up here for 4 hours and you've already gone over it.
Oh, no.
I just jumped in. Okay, so before I go ahead and start doing that, I just wonder if Kim, like when we're talking, since you know who you're talking about and we don't, would it be at all possible for you to like use their initials maybe so that we're not mixing kind of because there's several times where you've like said something and I've been like, wait a minute, who did that or who went there? You know what I mean?
Right. And I know that, and that feels really cryptic to say, which is why I catch myself talking all the time. My brain's going, right? I'm going to throw it up. And then I realize, so it's a difficult way for me to have a conversation because it doesn't feel fully transparent. So I hear you. And I can give that to you. I can give you the names fully privately, but it really doesn't, I don't know that, I don't feel like it's right. If they haven't been charged and none of the information's coming out about them, I mean, God forbid, and I don't know if Koberger's guilty or not, but God forbid he's innocent. His life is wrecked. And I don't want somebody, even with initials, to be able to find these people. Steve has asked me through Olivia who somebody was, and I told them. And I will tell you privately and trust that you wouldn't share that. And you'd share it with just the police because you have that ability to find stuff. Actually, you're pretty good sleuth there, lady. I'll say that.
Well, and I mean, like when you say the kids, like all the kids didn't know, like. I guess I'm just curious what all the kids are like. Obviously, it's not everybody at the school, you know.
It's just great. Okay, so I actually
see.
qualify them by groups. I think by groups. So there's Greek Row at Washington State University in Pullman, and there's Greek Row at University of Idaho. So when I say the kids, I'm only referring to the kids on either Greek Row. And the children who learned later, or the kids who learned, not children, kids who learned later at the 10 o'clock hour were from Wazoo. The students who learned earlier were from U of I, and they were Greek Row. And it was a combination of frats and sororities. And truly, 48 Hours in 2020 identifies many of the players.
So then I guess, so what you're saying is at 8:30, local Moscow Greek Row people, frats and fraternity.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Sleuthy. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Say that one more time, Kim. I didn't hear what you said when you said that 48 hours and
2020 can identify the players in this. They have firsthand knowledge. They've admitted it. When you watch the 2020 or 48 hours, they tell you where Xana and Ethan were on Saturday night. They tell you where Hunter was. They tell not Hunter Johnson, Hunter Chapin. They tell you where they were and who they were with and where they were in the morning and when they found out. They tell you.
So I guess I don't understand. So if 2020 came out and said, you know, that people were aware of it happening at 8:30, even if it was one other person outside of the house, but let alone, like, let's just say, and he was right when he said that they never did specify when these kids were summoned to the house or whatever. But if even one of the surviving roommates knew at 8:30, 8 or 8:30, and delayed a 911 call 3.5 hours, I have to seriously wonder.
Yeah.
Like, for what
surviving
reason?
roommates knew when it happened. The surviving roommates, I think it's safe to say the surviving roommates did not go to sleep. They were awake, they were aware, and there the entire time. And they were locked in Bethany's bedroom in the first floor.
So you're saying that Dylan left her bedroom and like ran downstairs, which is honestly something that I figured had to have happened.
No,
at some
she
point.
didn't. So I guess, and I've told the FBI.
You think she wasn't on the second floor at all?
No, they locked themselves in Bethany's bedroom together right away. They were told to go into that bedroom or put into that bedroom. I'm not sure how they got to that bedroom, but they were in that bedroom behind the locked door from the moment the people who were there. And they saw people outside and they saw the people inside. And they knew who was there. That is the information that was given to me.
I mean,
go ahead.
So they gave that information to someone.
Yeah.
I guess that came in the morning.
So, Hunter Johnson called 911. And he got there, I'm not sure what time, around before, I don't know if he was before 8. I think he was probably the first one on the scene. I don't know why I know that information. I can't actually recall who gave it to me. I know I gave it to the FBI. But
so then
he was there.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but maybe. Were they texted or called at some point prior to the time that this was supposed to happen, saying, or were they told whenever they were out that night, if they even really were? Because I still don't know what Dylan was doing all day. But
yeah, I don't know.
Were they told while they were out, or were they texted on their phone saying like to get in the same room on the first floor before this happened? Or did they come in the house and then say, go downstairs? The people who did this.
So I don't have confirmed. So I can't tell you that because that wasn't part of the narrative. That I kept because I kept asking my kid. I kept saying, why not 911? It was insane. Why not 911? Why not 911? I don't know, Mom. The party house. That's how I learned it was a party house. Then about the drugs being there, and so I really think I would learn through progression of asking her questions about something she really didn't have information on, was just given to her by her sorority sister, and so, but I felt it was relevant to give to the FBI, so that's why I told them, and then and as it turned out, it was, but
well, definitely. The only reason I ask is because for me, it paints two different pictures. Either someone coming in the house and threatening you to go downstairs so you do what you're told because you're scared, or someone lets you know ahead of time, and that's a little bit of a different story for me.
I think so when that tape came out about Adam, I told Adam everything. My question, of course, was then to the kids, what did she tell Adam? And then somehow, and I do know it was about drugs, and it was involved with throwing drugs away. And I don't know. I mean, this would, now this is just what I pieced together as a person, I guess, is that I think Kaylee was a super sleuth and she figured something out. She knew too much, and they handled it. And I know that the students knew they were going to be shaken down. That I know, for the drugs being missing or the money being missing. I know that the kids all know that, but they didn't expect them to be killed. I don't think anybody expected them to be killed.
Wait, can I jump in right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many degrees of separation is there between the actual situation that happened at King Road and the information that you received about the two roommates knowing what was happening and being told to go downstairs?
Okay, so part of it is directly from my daughter, who had direct information, was one of the alibis. That's part of it. And then the other information is because...
But she would have gotten that from somebody at WSU, not somebody from U of I.
Both. She got it from
Okay, so then that was my original question too. Why is there sororities being involved in this from WSU if this is only about U of I? Because I know that most people are thinking that the two survivors called their mothers or whatever the whole sorority crap is. But if that's the case, then how come people at WSU were alerted to this so quickly? Why didn't it stay at U of I, U of I, U of I? And if the girls really did call sorority people over or whatnot, then how could Ethan's friend have been the first one? He's a frat. He's not associated with the sororities. So all of that just kind of like, I'm really trying to figure it out, because I do believe wholeheartedly that whatever we're being fed is not true from the cops.
So, and I can tell you guys that privately. I feel
okay.
I understand your question, and I'm not being coy, and I'm not.
Oh no, I totally respect if you.
And I want everybody in the audience and everywhere who's listening, all the viewers and who care, because I know you care. I can tell you guys privately, because I trust that you guys are going to sleuth it and give the police more information or figure something out that I just am. It's beyond my scope. You guys are really good at this, so and I don't trust the police at all, and I would. And I've told them that to their faces. At all, do I trust any police officer over there? Which is really sad.
If I'm understanding it correctly from just the couple times that I've heard it told, is the answer to her question basically that U of I Greek people found out, and one of them happened to have a girlfriend, I think you said, in Washington? So one of the frat people that showed up from Moscow, the reason it got to WSU was because his girlfriend lived over there, right?
No, I'll bring that back in. She's actually a nursing student. She doesn't live over there. She's doing an internship. So she doesn't actually live there, but she comes there often. And when she does, she stays at my daughter's. So yeah, she's a student, a Washington State University student. Her boyfriend is not in a frat. And
so is that the alibi that we were talking about, where you said that
so I feel like I should not. I feel like I will tell you that privately.
Okay.
So I'll tell you everything so it's clear. I'm happy to tell you guys that so it's clear and I'm concise and not so like jumpy or stepping back. I don't want anybody to be harmed and I don't want anybody to get something blamed on. You know what I'm saying? And I want everybody to know people can be wrong. You know what I mean? The information can be wrong. I want people to know that this isn't in the Bible, right? It's not law yet. It's just the information
I
have.
I fully think that the reason that the story to some sounds very much like all over the place and honestly and sometimes not believable is because you are trying to leave. This happens in other situations too, like when people go missing and people that are looking for them leave certain things out because for whatever reason they don't want to say it or they don't want anybody to get in trouble or they don't want to get in trouble or just whatever the case may be, and then the story sounds like it doesn't make sense, and I think it's because there's pieces that are missing and it's not very like cohesive without those missing pieces. So I don't have to
You're
talk
100% right
with the police. So if you do want to, so I can get like a handle on it, because I feel like we keep coming back to you and I've listened to a couple here recently of people talk to you, and my problem with it is that because of that those missing things that I could tell that you don't want to say, it feels like just the same information, like over and over again without clarity. And so, I mean, if I can help in any way to clear it up without giving away any names, I would be happy to do that. But I think that I don't want it to grow into this thing where like nothing's believable because it's getting lost in translation a little bit.
Right. So, and I think you'd probably be better, both of you, all of you would be better at parsing through and saying how you can say it. Like, there's probably a way you guys can put it into words and verbalize it that I'm just unaware of. And you know what I'm saying? And you guys could do that. So that's why when I talk to Daniel, speak with Daniel, or I speak with Lana or anybody, or Jago, or even Michelle, and I would, trust that you will put it into those words. So I think that you would too. I just didn't know how to get your number. I would have definitely called both of you, but I don't really know how to get to you guys from YouTube. It's not my thing. I didn't even know this was here until November 12th, 13th. So yeah, I mean, I would trust you with the information to parse it out, because the thing about it is, if only the police have it, and I don't trust the police and nothing's changing, and this is still going on, the kids are now leaving for summer vacation, then what happens to it? It goes cold. So that's why I call, because
and this is my thing about what you're telling us. And I know that people have their own opinions on it, but and like Sleuthy said, it does sound like a lot of it's like repetitive and it's kind of hard to follow, but that's also because we're all still trying to figure it out. So I mean, that's just This is my thing though, is that the law enforcement told us the very first couple of words out their mouth was that the crime scene was completely contaminated because these people called people over there. Your story puts that fact with that fact. So it seems more believable that people like you that have children that are in these things, I'm just going to call them things, because I don't associate or care about none of that Greek roast stuff. I think it's horrible.
I do too.
Yeah.
Right, with you.
But children talk, classroom talks, and yes, it might be a game of telephone, but all of that has an original basis.
Correct.
And it's that basis that we're all trying to get to. And so far as what I can tell, the basis of your story matches what cops have told us, that people knew hours ahead of time. Well, I can't say hours, but you're basically proving it is hours ahead of the cops being called. So there's a reason for that. And the story would not have been spread like wildfire as the narrative to stick to if there wasn't a reason for them wanting the masses to believe that story. Right. So now it's having to wade through all of that to find out what the truth is. And that's the biggest issue. But my other biggest issue with this is that they also, like I stated, told us, people were over there. They were over there before the cops, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, obviously there's proof and evidence of that on how many hundreds of kids' phones. So if that's the case, and the cops have all this information where they've seen all these conversations happening between these, not just sororities at U of I, but now we also have an entire other college of sororities and fraternities involved. How are they seriously going to sit here and just blame all of this on one person and make us believe this narrative whenever there should technically be evidence of this cover up on, like I said, hundreds, if not thousands of people's phones.
Well, and so somebody had to use, not, I know that Snapchat is a thing, and pulling it back is, some people say you can, and I hope you can, but these kids snap each other. So I think a lot of it has to do with the Snapchat, but not everybody Snapchats.
Yeah, I know nothing about Snapchat.
Everybody there should have had their phones taken, tagged, and they should have been sitting in an interrogation room, and their parents called immediately because they were present. If my daughter didn't tell me at 10 a.m. when she knew, because she knew I'd take her home. And that's the truth. And I would have. In a hot minute, I would have taken her and her brothers home.
Mm-hmm.
But,
well, then it also leads to more questions of to the integrity of the people that were called over there, because all of these people apparently knew these kids and knew their parents.
Mm-hmm.
So if Ethan's whole best friend showed up, how come he didn't call Ethan's parents? How come if the rumor is true that Jack was called over and he showed up, why did Kaylee's parents get a weird call saying she had been shot instead of getting a call from the boyfriend?
Not even from Jack.
Exactly. So then that just leads to like more questions. If all of this is really validated and true, then that just leaves more questions, and my brain hurts. I'm tired of all these more questions.
Why would Hunter take Ethan's pulse?
That was another thing didn't make any sense to me.
There is no way on the planet he did not know that those 4 were gone.
Unless it didn't happen between 4 and 4, like unless Ethan was say on his belly and you couldn't see what had happened, and he had been there much less time than we're told. Now, if he was there for
and he
hours, then we're talking,
Yeah, by the time 8 hours would have passed, rigor would have completely set in, and he wouldn't have even have thought of needing to do that. And not only that, there would have been just masses of blood all over the place. And if the injuries we're hearing about Ethan are correct, he would have known by looking at his neck not to check a pulse. So I'm not understanding that statement either.
Right. And so I have 3 really curious, 3 questions that just still don't set well with me. The first one is the blood outside of the house. And now I'm a real estate broker, and I do a lot of new construction or old construction rebuilds. Mm-hmm. I guess it's possible, but highly unlikely. It's probably blood. Did somebody escape, get out of the house, run out of the house, and get caught and brought back in? That's my first question. And that just occurred to me like 2 days ago when somebody said something, and I was thinking, well, maybe somebody got out, because originally I don't believe Ethan was supposed to be in the mix. I think that, and my understanding was he was knocked out in the kitchen and woke up, and that's why he was in the hallway.
Oh, that's new.
Oh, well, that's my understanding. Well, I did tell I guess I haven't said that before. Well, there you go.
Well, I mean, I haven't been on every channel that you've talked on, so you might have mentioned it before and I just missed it.
And I'm going by numbers. Like, I'm getting on channels, or I'll pop on like even your channel. Lucy's on Twitter, and I just can't even open Twitter because I just can't take on one more social media thing. But but you, I'll pop in and correct something to keep the going, to keep it front and center, right? So I go on those numbers and I just keep, and then I always go back. Anything happens, I personally text Lana and Daniel, and I text them and I say, this is what just happened. They both talk me off the ledge. They've been great resources, and so I so appreciate them. Just, I want everybody to know that. So I'm not here to get attention. I don't want attention.
Well, you're not even showing your face or anything. We've had another case that we've all talked about where this one woman was just literally everywhere with her face and everybody's stuff, and you seem to just be trying to keep as private as you possibly can, but making sure that people are validating who you are and where your story's coming from. So, I mean, that's another reason why, like, some people say that, and I'm like, guys, I don't see that behavior from this. She's not putting her face anywhere. She's trying to just get a story out. And like I've always said, like, I come from a small town where the cops are always been liars, and the truth always comes out around the breakfast table at 6 o'clock in the morning in a diner where the old people are talking and gossiping.
Right.
And when it comes to this kind of thing, like it's no different with children. They're going to talk. They don't really have a filter. They're going to get in a group. They're going to talk about things, and the next group's going to hear. So it still alludes to the whole book of telephone, but like I mentioned, it's the basis that we're trying to get to, and the basis is what everyone in that town that's associated with this situation is talking about is a complete 180 from what we're being told from the cops, and that's a huge issue.
It is. And sometimes I came from a place that I was taught police that they are police officers, and I came from that, Wonder Bread land and Twinkies, right? I came from that place of everything's bright and shiny. And so I have a different different perspective about police officers. Not trusting them is really uncomfortable to me. Not wanting to call the Moscow Police Department is really uncomfortable, or Pullman. And I've learned it in the last however many years I've been there with my kids there, that you call a private investigator and an attorney first. My kids went to school. The first number on their phones is our attorney's number. If anything ever, God forbid, went down, because it's a little shady, like you're saying, a small town. But when my daughter said to me over the break, one of the breaks, snitches get stitches, I thought my blood ran cold, because she truly has been completely pulled into that belief. They signed NDAs. I did not know that my child signed an NDA. Now she was 18, she was allowed to, but these kids signed NDAs.
Wow.
Kidding
Well, I
me?
mean, her walking around with that statement, I mean, that could, this is just me throwing it out there. Well, I mean, yeah, but that could also be a reason why Bethany might be so adamant to not cross the state line.
I actually
thought about that a lot too.
I think she's probably very afraid to come back, because
and if the real guy was behind bars, she shouldn't be scared.
That's exactly right. And even if he's just only one of them, but he's got all the information, and maybe he can put her behind bars.
Yeah.
I think he knows everything. I can't help, because it just goes against common sense to think, but just because you wouldn't be picked up for it if you were some random. If you were randomly in the bar and they happen to be there, they wouldn't have anything. There's a reason you have been enmeshed into this and made or maybe you did it. I don't know. Do I think one person could do it? It would be difficult, but maybe if you're that angry and that mad, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is they told us the kids, everybody was safe. There was no danger. They tell us that every time someone dies.
So in the stories that were going around that your daughter received, did anybody actually talk about the wounds that were noticed?
Yes.
Okay, so then my next question is, these photos that you're talking about that were inappropriately photoshopped, are these like photos of just the girls from prior, or are these like of them deceased?
They are not deceased photos. Those are not the photos. That photo, it's not. It's one
just
of
people being rude, basically.
Well, yeah, just adding phallic, I guess.
Oh, gee. Yeah, I'm glad I haven't seen any of that.
These cute, and here's the other thing. All the kids do it, so I don't want any judgment on any of these kids. I don't know why an 18-year-old needs to go on Tinder or thinks it's fun to go on Tinder. And I'm like, you're 18. Are you kidding me? We have Tinder when we're 30, 40, whatever, when we're out of college, right? I mean, honestly, you're living in that little well of people. But whatever, if you can't, whatever. So it was a different site, but it was a similar site. And one of my son's friends, who doesn't attend that university, just dated a girl from that university, from UI, is the one who came to me. And I said earlier that my boys were furious that he showed me this site, because I didn't know about this site. Like, when I tell you I'm picking weeds out of my garden, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm not doing this. So he showed me. I said, just get rid of it. Which was stupid, because it was evidence that I shouldn't have.
Oh, that's what you meant. That's what I was going to ask you about, because you mentioned something about getting rid of it. So this was just photos of some a-hole that put some stupidity on the girls' things, or did you actually feel like this was like targeted to evidence?
So, the first, when this kid came to me organically and said, look at this, I said, just get rid of it, forget it, don't tell anybody. Then I'm like, I wake up in the middle of the night. So then I called the FBI the next morning and I said, I have to tell you. And then I told him to get rid of it. And I tried to find it. But what I found is not what I saw. What I found was far more horrific, more disgusting than, there were just sweet pictures of one of the girls. And it was just, it was sweet, but I had seen that picture before. And then I had seen it again, and it had been altered by some asshole or whoever to make it really gross. And I, first of all, wanted the families to know that these pictures have been altered. This is not what I saw. I saw wholesome. I saw, perfectly, like bathing suit, nothing bad, like nothing bad.
Okay. So
I
yeah,
just
it's just somebody being stupid. Okay.
somebody just being stupid, but but somebody was being stupid when kids have been very stupid.
Inappropriate, definitely.
With all of this. They said really stupid things. I mean, I think that, I'll go to bed. I'll go to town with Sigma Chi every day of every week for the rest of my life if I have to. I truly believe that they are not harmless in this. They need to be held to accountability. And I don't know what role they played, but there's a role in there. And I will, if I'm wrong, write them a letter of apology. But I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we're all really suspicious. I've been suspicious of it since the 8-hour gap, and even my 16-year-old, she's been listening to every detail of this, and she's even after Brian was arrested, she's like, no, they're not right. Something's wrong here.
All the kids, none of the kids think he's guilty.
So let me,
Greek kids.
Oh well, yeah, well that's probably because that's what they want to just believe.
Then their friends, right?
So the sororities at WSU, the ones that contacted your daughter, I'm gonna guess it's your daughter's sorority. Is there any association at all with Xana's sister?
My daughter's and Xana's sister graduated in the same graduating class. I don't know if Xana's sister was there at graduation. It's kind of chaos if she walked or not. I mean, but technically she has the same degree as my daughter has, and they're friends on social media. I know they had a couple classes together this year because I checked in with Peyton. Oh, fuck me, my mouth. My daughter, and she, God dang it. And she, had a couple classes with her, and I wanted to know how she was, and she's, how
so that would mean that would attest to Xana's sister also getting these messages.
My understanding is the siblings were not there until after the police were called, and that, or maybe right before the police were called, and they did not let the siblings go into the house. I don't know.
No, I know. I mean, but the narrative that was going on before the 911 call, if they're sending that out, so that could possibly mean that Xana's sister would have also gotten these messages hours before the cops were called.
No. The siblings, I think, got them when the cops were called.
So whoever was sending these alerts out was purposely not telling people related to the victims.
Yes, that's my understanding.
That's how it seems.
Yeah. And I did, because I asked. I said, well, where was Hunter? Because, Hunter's car, so there's a Hunter Johnson and Hunter Chapin. Hunter Chapin, and my understanding is Hunter and Ethan shared the Jeep, and then the sister drove the Ford Explorer that was parked behind them. And parking's tight on Greek Row and in the live out. So you park where you can, and they have a great parking space. So
they do, actually.
Yeah, right. I mean, Ethan, so Ethan, the Chapin cars, and I think the mom even said that their cars and his clubs are still in evidence. I don't know if they've recently been released, but they were still in evidence.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned those golf clubs.
Yeah.
Has your daughter, or anyone that knows your daughter, that knows people over there, noticed anyone with massive wounds that could have been caused by golf clubs? Because I feel if they are being put into evidence, they possibly think Ethan used them as defense, or maybe they were used on the kids.
So I think it's more likely they were used on the kids than it was used on the people who attacked them.
So then if we consider that, then we have to think about that body cam footage from them getting told to keep it down and how those clubs were originally in the basement. Someone would have had to have known where they were, unless he moved them. But I mean, he just spent the night over there sometimes. But I've always questioned that. So if they were used on the kids, then either the coroner isn't telling us that there's massive bruises and blunt force trauma from getting hit with golf clubs, or maybe they were used. Maybe Ethan did grab them and try to defend themselves. That's why I'm wondering, because, it doesn't really look like Brian had any wounds on him.
He had none.
People are trying to say he had stuff on his hands and whatnot. And I'm like, where? Like, I've gone in and looked and magnified as big as I could, and I never saw
Right.
anything.
And the kids will tell you, the students have all said, and I even I actually wouldn't give my daughter my car keys till she called one of his students and asked questions for me. So he had no, I know it sounds bullying, but I don't care. I need the answers, and I know she's afraid. So I'm going to get them however we can from her. And I feel like the police should be doing that as well, and every parent should. But she said that not a wound on him. He didn't miss a day of class. And the only reason if we're going to go to Brian really quickly, because I do want to get back to the club thing in a minute. Maybe we should do the club thing first. You decide.
Oh, you go ahead. Whatever you want to do.
So Brian didn't miss a day of class. All TAs. Not one of my children have ever said that a TA was cool, ever. You know, they're young. They have that. They're youthful. They think they're smarter than everybody else. They're going into a PhD program. That's why they're TAs. So they're really hard on people. It's just until you get seasoned with age and what real life actually looks like is when you kind of get a softer side to you. So I don't find it weird that he was a hard grader. All TAs grade really grade hard. You know, that's the point. The professor
They're trying to prove themselves to the professor.
right.
Yeah.
And the ego, and then they soften with time. He was not getting fired. When I called the school, because my son's pre-law and he was in classroom 13 and Koberger's in classroom 12. And I said, who's vetting your student, your teachers, your employees? Who is vetting them? Because, you know, and
and I'm glad you brought the firing thing up. Because I was looking at, I mean, we don't really have the official records from the dean of students office, because everywhere that they have been posted, they're completely redacted with these huge black blocks, so you can't see anything. Correct. And as much as I hate News Nation, they're the only ones that have come out with a date sequence for his whatever was going on. Honestly, it doesn't sound like there was a sexist issue, any of that.
No.
It sounds like
It
he
goes
just had a
totally
problem
against
with
what
one
the school told me.
professor. It does. And then we also have to calculate the fact that the termination letter was dated on the 19th, and he apparently left out days before that. And so they're just firing him before he even knows, and they know that he's gone on break, and that doesn't really make sense to me either. Yeah. So I've kind of wondered if maybe the university was kind of told something ahead of time, and so they were trying to save face by getting rid of him like this. Because whatever the story is, I mean, if he was just fired for having an argument with his professor, okay, then why can't that just be the truth that comes out? Why do we have to sit here and act like, oh, it's because he was sexist against women and all this other stuff that we have no proof of? And all of his female professors are like, no, we thought he was great. We recommended him for this, this, and this. And if they really felt like he was sexist towards them, someone who's really like that, I mean, yeah, people can hide themselves, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't feel that way towards Brian if it was really out there. Now, when it does come to him being a TA, though, if the things that we are hearing are true, his harshness in grading after the situation, apparently all of that went away.
He also had a meeting with he also had his review. So PhD
he did.
Students, all kids do, they every year they have to sit with their advisor to work through, it was a really great college. It really is great as far as following up on kids, making sure whatever's going on. So he had his review, and one of the complaints was he graded too hard, and that's what all the kids said. And he was a creep. He was like he's quiet. He's a little weird. I mean, being a little weird does not make you a murderer. I'm not saying he did or didn't. I'm just saying it's just he maybe matured later, and I don't know. I don't know.
Well, then we also have to take into account he apparently was a heavy heroin user as a teenager, and I'm sure that kind of killed some brain cells. So there could be some things in there too. Yeah,
and that might attest to the part of the vegan, because if he was, and he had liver, and he also had a terrible eating disorder, is my understanding. So, my degree is in kinesiology, and I know, and I'm a broker. It doesn't make sense, but I am. But he would have liver damage likely. He might not be able to process protein. Using a pan with protein in it could be a problem for him. So it sounds weird, everything does, but maybe it's his health that he has to, because he has those black dark circles under his eyes.
Yeah, and we were talking about that in chat before you jumped in. We were trying to figure out where exactly the origin came from about him being a vegan, because I know he's getting apparently vegan food in jail, but somebody who knows the system knows that if you don't want to eat dog food every day, then you're going to request a vegan meal and you're going to pretend like you're vegan whenever you're in jail. So I don't really know if he was really vegan prior to this or not. I don't know where that came from.
And it's like flying. It's like flying when you're flying, right? And they used to feed you on the plane. You always wanted a kosher meal. You knew it was fresh.
You knew it was better.
Being smart. It's like Moscow. The shopping's better in Moscow. Hands down, they have a Target,
and a Marshall's, and they have better grocery stores, and they have nothing in common. So him saying that does not strike me as weird.
Right. And you're right. That comment doesn't strike as being odd. But what I do find odd is his behaviors afterwards. That's why, like, even though I don't believe that he is the only one, I still think he knows what in the heck is happening here, because he went south instead of going to Moscow. He went to some other place an hour away. And it's just his behavioral changes after he got back, where he wasn't so arrogant anymore and all these things. Like, there's definite behavioral changes that should be noted, but nothing else is leading me to believe that he is the one who did this. Him knowing, yes, 100%, he's got to know what is happening, especially to be able to attest to Bethany having something that can get him off as an exoneration. That's a big word. And he spoke that word in the beginning.
It's not just like exoneration means you can never be tried again for it. It means you're going to walk.
Yeah, like it never happened,
Double
basically.
jeopardy will apply. It will.
So-
It gets dismissed simply with prejudice.
Can I just jump in about the whole firing thing? So before that news broke, I had someone in my DMs on Twitter telling me about this, that he got fired. Does any of my followers know that he was fired? I said that I hadn't heard that. She said that she had the letter. I said, well, I don't have to show nobody the letter because I literally couldn't care less. But what I do care about is putting my eyes on the letter so that I know what we're talking about here. And she didn't. And then I was like, well, I'd rather not. Like, I'd rather not say anything or put it out there at all if I can't even see the letter. And then I guess a week later is when it showed up on News Nation. And I mean, even Banfield herself was like, I haven't seen the letter. And then at one point she was there was a clip or whatever where she was like, waving it at one point, waving a piece of paper. She's like, I don't know who signed it. It's not signed. I don't know who wrote the letter. And it just, I don't put really anything in that now. The whole grading situation could absolutely be true, that he was a harsh grader. That could be true. But I think that it was to everybody. I think just on the whole, he was a harsh grader and had something to prove. And one of the students came forward and did a video interview, which is really all I'll believe at this point. And even then I don't take it entirely to heart. But when I can see their faces speaking, then I'm more inclined to believe. And he said that they had, the one day they had gone into class and the professor had set up where everyone was going to make like a legal argument to Brian. And they had him stand in front of the class, and all of these kids, like half the class of over 100 kids, sat there and made legal arguments, like they were in a courtroom to him about why their grades should be changed. And the boy said that it did become like not confrontational, but it was like really uncomfortable. And then after that, I think that the reason for starting to grade less harshly was because he was put on the spot and essentially I want to say bullied, and then I don't want to say bullied, but I think that if there was any kind of issue, I think it was between he and the professor, and that is if one even existed. So, but I think
it was his final. I think it was Koberger's final.
Yeah,
his test for the end of the semester to pass. I do. I think that's what he came up against. That's what it was. Yeah.
Right, because we still haven't actually seen the letter, right? Like, we know that there's like a trespassing paper that he was served with where he can't go back to WSU, but I haven't actually found something stating you're fired, sir.
Didn't even issue the trespassing thing until he was in jail for the murders.
Correct.
And obviously you're going to start doing damage control. When I spoke to them when he got arrested, they were trying to figure out what to do with him. They were actually in a meeting, and I spoke with Heather, who works in the dean's office, the dean of students office. And she was very nice, and she was very transparent. She didn't overshare, I'm sure, but she said, we're trying to figure out what to do with him now.
So and after he was arrested, they were basically still stating he's here, but we don't know what to do about it.
100%.
Say that he was fired prior.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Wow.
No. Yeah. No. They absolutely. Yeah. He. First of all, when he was
the reporting when he was first arrested was that, and the day he was arrested, we went on the website, like within minutes.
Yeah.
We were trying to get his social media. We were on the school website, and it said, I mean, his picture was still there. He was still a current student. He was still listed as TA, and
right.
And they were saying that he was enrolled for the spring. Now, if he had been fired as a TA and booted from the school, he would no longer be enrolled for the spring. So there's that. And then if you look at the trespass letter, even the trespass letter says basically that until things are rectified, he can't return to campus. But you're still giving him the option, you know?
Right, you're still giving him the grace, the benefit of the doubt, because he's not even been really actually charged. He's not even pled. He's just been
if you already kicked him out of the school, why do you need to trespass him?
Yep, that's a good point.
Well, and if he's in jail, why do you need the trespassing? Right? And his apartment, so everybody made a big deal about his apartment bedroom door being locked. Wouldn't you lock your bedroom door if you were him? I mean, just in general now, wouldn't you get a lock for your bedroom door?
Oh, well,
his bedroom door wasn't locked.
The other one. They were talking about the empty
so
room.
he lived in student housing. He had a full ride, and he had a full grant too for his study program. And his study program was approved by his teacher from DeSales, who stated, and I don't even know if I could ever pull it up or find it again. I could try, but she stated he's one of the smartest students she'd ever had.
I remember
and
this.
And she'd never met him face to face, so she didn't know him physically because it was over COVID. But he was intelligent, the smartest, and I know we think it's weird, but maybe it's not weird to figure out how to get into the mind of a killer and what they're going through so that you can stop it from happening. Maybe he was coming at it from a different perspective.
I mean, that's literally what we're all doing right now.
Right, exactly. How do we stop this from happening again? How do we catch the people who did it?
Yeah.
And is it just because he sent that out and he gave them an opportunity to put him in the middle of it? Did he start using drugs again? I don't know. I mean, none of the kids thought he was on drugs. They thought he was a little creepy. They thought he was a little creepy. He was awkward, right? I mean,
yeah.
He clearly has a history of being awkward. Sometimes kids
Well,
are
and I
awkward.
honestly wonder if he might actually have a little bit of Asperger's. Just the way that I've seen, well, not really seen, but the way that we've heard the mother and the father talk about him and being worried about him making friends, and the dad's talking for him in the car with the cop in Indiana or wherever it was, and his behaviors, the OCD, like every time you've seen him in a dash cam, that dashboard is immaculate. So I mean, there's behavioral personality things here that I just feel are like he might just have a touch of Asperger's, because I don't really see anything that's
or
a real
anxiety.
red alert to me. That
Right?
too. Yeah.
And maybe he grew up in a house that was spotless. I mean, his dad was out in the wintertime with a leaf blower. Maybe he was blowing off steam just to balance his head, but he was outside doing yard work at Christmas time. Their home did not appear to me to be, and they live in a nice area. I mean, I know they've had some financial hits, so financially they're not, it's been hard, but they have a home in a beautiful area in the Poconos. It's gorgeous. But I'll tell you what, his dad driving with him home is not weird to me, not even a little bit. There's no way my sons are going to go to the East Coast without my husband taking them there and back. He wouldn't even let me drive. I mean, the roads are terrible that time of year.
Well, I mean, I'll admit it was a bit strange to me because he's almost 30. And I guess maybe because I'm just independent and I teach my kids to be the same way, I found it a little strange. But I mean, but then again, if you consider the personality things and possibility he does have Asperger's, maybe it gave him anxiety to drive that far and he just needed his dad with him. I mean, his dad didn't seem like it was a problem. He just got on a flight. It was planned.
And he's his mom was on the Wazoo parent site. This is you have a site that only if you have a student there can you be on the site. I just had to leave the site on Saturday.
So it has to be authenticated that you're a parent.
Okay. So they authenticate you. And she said, I just sent my son over. So there's a post from his mother, or not August when he went over, whenever he went over, because as soon as your child is accepted, you can join on. So you can ask questions, whatever. It's a great thing. It's a great site. Mm-hmm. And so she said that. So literally, he might be 28 or 30, but he's never left home. And so if 28 or 30 is different for every child or adult or whatever.
Every generation, apparently.
I know, right? Or coddled, right? So maybe, his dad missed him. And he just, if I could I have flown over and driven back with them before. I've flown over for a weekend. I've driven over for a weekend to see
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Sometimes you miss your kid.
Time. Yeah. I mean, I feel that. Yeah.
You know, you get a week with him, and he liked him. Everybody else in the world might think he's weird, and he may be this terrible person, but his father loves him. So I don't.
He reminds me of my OB who was like, you know, and it's uneasy. Like having a baby is uneasy, and you would think that having like an awkward, like my OB was the best doctor that I think I've ever had, apart from like the ones that took care of me when I was really sick. But he was so smart, which is why I trusted him. But he was so strange, like so socially awkward, like under any other circumstances, he would have absolutely creeped me out. But he just that just is his personality. He's just so smart that he's just really strange. I don't know. Like he's studied more than he's had contact with people. But
I'd take that doctor over any other doctor any day of the week.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I would absolutely. I would rather that again. If I was going to do it again, I would rather have that than someone that's like super personable, and then I have to worry that something's going to happen. You know, he was not. He wasn't comforting. He wasn't seriously. He wasn't comforting.
I know, right.
He wasn't.
Zero.
Like I said, he wasn't personable. He wasn't. He didn't communicate well at all. But he was very smart, and that's really all there is to it.
And he was doing the job you hired him to do, basically, right? So
yeah,
you didn't. I mean, and that was. I just think that, and we're so judgy, all of us, especially. We're just judgy in general, and I think that I would take a doctor like that over a doctor who wants to take pictures with the baby and the mom and whatever, like any day of any week.
Yeah.
I want to trust my people, and I think he's smart, and I do know that he did not get hired by the Pullman Police Department. And one of the requirements for you to get a criminal justice degree or whatever degree he was getting was you have to be a TA, and you also have to volunteer or an internship with the police department. But Washington State University has its own police department, and he was going to start at Washington State University's police department. The problem was Washington State University's police department had been suspended September of 2021 or 2022 because of the whole sex scandal that went on with the police officers. So
I read about that.
So they got rid of that. So they didn't have when it was suspended. Pullman was taking care of everything. Pullman picked a different intern for their department. And so likely Brian was just going to get pushed to next year because they reinstated the police department this spring at Washington State University. There wasn't one then. So, and that's what the school told me.
So is that the same? Okay. So is that, I'm trying to figure out the word I'm trying to use. For some reason, my brain just stopped working.
I know.
So is that associated with the like emails that we saw him sending back and forth about wanting to help rural areas with cloud forensic stuff? Is that the same situation, or is this going to be something that was going to happen later?
My thought as a parent and doing this with my kids is that it was part of the process that he knew he had to do, part of like the essays or the application process.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
they weren't like assigned for their internships. They had to go out and find their own internships.
The students have to find their own internships. Yes.
Okay.
And they do show up at the schools and they do this whole thing, but kids have to find their own. They do not give you that. They want you to be an adult. They really work on you being hireable. There's a lot of and the other thing is Washington State University. I was so shocked that this is happening with one of their professors, and also what happened with Kopaka, because they're never kidding. If a kid doesn't have money, they're going to find you money. No kid is getting kicked out of that school. There's a lot of donors. There's a lot of histories of families being there. Go Cougs. If you can be anywhere, if you're wearing a Coug shirt, you'll get a go Coug from somewhere. I mean, there's a lot of great things about the whole community in general. And so I just don't think they would have hired him if he was sketch. And that doesn't mean he didn't get sketch or he didn't do something. I'm not giving him a pass. Please don't come at me for that. I don't know who did it.
So do you have any idea if whenever they go through these like internship things, if they have to go through the same process as a regular hire by going under a psych eval?
That I do not know, but as a TA, he would have had to be fingerprinted. In Washington State, you can't even volunteer in your child's classroom if you're not, you have to give your fingerprints.
Okay.
So he had to be fingerprinted. So they had his prints. Also, I know there's how many cars they said they had, a lot, white Elantras, but my guess is probably 33 between both campuses. Yeah.
So you think there was more in the system whenever that WSU officer found an Elantra, that there was definitely more than one listed?
No, I think they were looking for him
Specifically.
Just got the date. Yes. Yeah. There were 3 different Elantras.
Because that was back on 11/29, according to the PCA. That was like almost a month before they even arrested him.
Right. So they knew, my understanding is the creeper, which is what now he's been labeled, and what the kids said, they knew who he was that day. And then so why I called the school when he was arrested was like, are you kidding me? You've known since this date, and what? And the other thing, they really didn't even need, I don't know that they needed, maybe they did need warrants to go in and search, but not his office. The school owns that. And where is his MacBook? Washington State University is MacBook compatible. They have MacBooks. That's what they use. They're a fortune. That's what they use.
So you're saying that he would have been assigned this?
He would probably, I don't know if he would have. I'm not going to, because in general, I would think he would be given one as a TA. He was given the apartment. He couldn't pick his roommate because he did at one time have a roommate.
Oh, okay. Because we just heard that it was empty. We didn't know that anybody had previously lived in it because he'd only been there for a few months.
He was only there, yes, exactly, a few months. And for him to take a shower curtain isn't weird. For the record, my kids bring their shower curtains home, their bath mats home. I insist on it when I call them. And he was driving home, not flying. So we'd throw it in his car and his mom would wash it. It's probably in his mother's linen closet, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't strike me as odd as all of the stuff was down. And that he locked his bedroom door. Because over the break, new kids move into your room. And it's like, oh, hello, I've got a roommate. You know, because freshman year, they have to live in their dorms. Right. So, except for if you're Greek, then you can move out for spring semester. And so you could walk into a dorm and have a roommate, a new roommate. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the creeper statement. Whenever that's being talked about, are they stating that he was like the creeper person? Was he just like standing outside watching for people, or was this person physically in a vehicle outside of the house?
So the creeper, what I take it to mean it's a guy who used to party at the house.
So they knew his behavior enough to call him creeper guy.
Was his name put out at any time?
I don't know. No, I have no idea if they gave that name, if Dylan gave that name. I just know that whoever the creeper was identified by name the 13th, according to the police department.
So then the cops definitely would have known that there was other people being reported as being in that house at the time that all this happened.
I actually think they didn't know that because they were protecting everybody else. There's a fault. They're hoping that this goes away and he gets blamed and they all walk away.
Well, I mean, yeah. I feel like they're hiding some stuff too, but that doesn't mean that they weren't told this story.
The police?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Yeah. Yes. If the kids were told, I would. Like the police could have been told this story.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Jules. I don't know if this is what you're trying to say, but I guess my question is the whole actual story. Did the kids tell the police all of this, and which police? Because
right.
So if it was ignored, or whatever, like if it wasn't followed up on or anything like that, then that needs to be taken care of, because unfortunately, if he let's say that he did it and he did it alone, just the fact that this information exists, if it wasn't looked up, if it wasn't processed properly, then it's going to be used. I mean, that could be the exculpatory stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's
exactly
if
right.
the story was sorry to interrupt. If the story was told to the police as it's been said that it was, and it was just brushed to the side, and then this happened, the defense is going to be all over top of that, and that alone.
Well, I mean, forget being told. We're being told that these people's phones were taken, and the cops would have gone through people's phones. And if we have Kim's daughter getting messages about what happened, then that means all kinds of other kids did too. And this narrative could be on who, like I mentioned, how many hundreds of phones that the cops could have possibly already gone through and would know this story even without being told, because it's right there in black and white, and they're ignoring it. That's the biggest problem I'm having with this entire thing, is what they could possibly have been told versus what they're actually doing.
And they haven't questioned any of these kids. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They're not answering their phones.
Why do you think that's happening?
Because they're not answering their phones.
So they're not being like subpoenaed? No one's knocking on doors trying to subpoena people to come in and do an interview or anything?
I have asked my daughter that, and she said nobody's knocked on the door.
So then they must not know this. I mean,
it doesn't exist.
Well, I did. That's the thing. So some of the parents. So the last text message Ethan sent out was to a mom who took 15. It took her 15 days to get through to anybody to answer her question, so she could tell them this is what the phone call was.
Oh wait, so is this the lady that tried to say that her kid knew that Ethan was at that party later than we were told, or something about the party?
She had a text message from Ethan to her son, and they could not get it to. They couldn't get anybody to respond. And my question, I have this and I know they have the Brady gig going on, but why did Payne, who wasn't even the first responder, at 4:00 write the probable cause statement? I mean, that's where I feel, that's when I started to think.
Well, I mean, him and Blaker both did, but the problem that I have with that, and I'm going to be working on this tonight for my next video, is doing a comparison of the two, because that's normally what I like to do. And my problem with that is that Payne is not only in his affidavit only mentioning the fact that the DNA was found and Blaker's not, but then Payne is also asking for said DNA to not be used as evidence for why this probable cause affidavit is valid, which makes no sense either. Right. But then in going through this 166-page drop that we just got, the only PCA that was sent over to WSU or to Pennsylvania about this was Blaker's, that doesn't even mention the DNA. Right. So why is there even anything about from Payne whatsoever if they're not using it anywhere?
Right. And well, right. You know what? That's kind of, is Blaker the one who has the Brady on him, and that's why it's going?
I thought it's been a minute since I looked that up, so y'all help me remember. I thought it was
Nunez. Was it Nunez?
Right, that's what I was about to say. I think it was the first responders that have the violation. Yeah.
Right, and so they just opened that new police station in Moscow, and whoever's in charge, is he the lieutenant or the captain? It was a slow morning, so he went. Like, he was planning a vacation on his computer. He said that. I'm not sure even where I read it. You could probably find it.
That story came from Blum, who's writing.
Also, who's writing a book.
Yeah,
and I don't know him. What I've heard him say, I have heard said before, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
Oh, I wonder if anybody's contacted Internal Affairs about any of these things, honestly.
Well, why aren't they listed? Every state, aren't you supposed to have a list of Brady Giglio officers?
No, I mean, not all states do that. So, for instance, Idaho doesn't make their personnel records a part of public records, and since that would be a personnel, a part of the personnel record, then no, they won't. They won't. Now, there are other sites of people who gather that information from different states and hold it, but there is no as far as I know, there's no national database that has. There should be,
it's
but there's
third-party gathered information.
And I will share this with you. When I called the Seattle FBI to express my concerns about law enforcement over there, the guy, and I'm sure it's recorded because I don't leave an email. I record my message, tape what I say. I back it out. I'm acting in good faith. But he flipped out on me, flipped out. So then I called my uncle, and he gave me the number. And so I called somebody in Virginia, and that's why I speak to Virginia now. It's because he flipped out. Because he was offended at the parent. I suppose the intake guy was offended that I was concerned with law enforcement.
Yeah, they will. They do. And
They
that's
take it
why,
personal.
yeah, absolutely. That's why, like, when you call, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
to imply that, and it is a heavy accusation, right?
It
So,
really
like,
is. It was not. Yes, right.
so, you either have proof of the accusation that you're making,
Right.
or you present them with, whatever this information is, and just say, I fully expect to keep following up on this. And if it doesn't leave you and go anywhere else, then I'll just have to keep calling around. Like at this point, I'm just wondering, my concern, as I said, is that this information hasn't been given to the police by the first-hand people that have it. So you can provide this information, but the people who provided it to you are the ones that need to give it to law enforcement, whether that be that they go and they present to law enforcement and tell them, or law enforcement follows up with them. But if nobody basically hunted these kids down from wherever they were to verify this information, then I think there's going to be and I think Ann will hunt them down, to be honest with you, 100%. I think that if she catches wind of all this, I think that, I mean, I know I would, and that's
well.
So I spoke with the prosecutor, or the defense the defense's investigator called me.
Oh, Richard?
I heard you say that, but I
don't.
also,
You know what? Honestly, I don't remember his name.
Richard Batanti?
Batanti, yeah, something like that.
He was the defense's investigator. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not going to say that. But he called and he asked me, and my first question was, how did you get my name and my number? And he goes, because you're in the evidence that they gave us. So I don't think that it was put in there by anybody in Idaho. Well, maybe the Idaho State Patrolman that was talking directly to me. Maybe he did include it in there. I'm not going to say that because I don't know for a fact, but I do know. And then I asked him what he had, and he had all of the information. And then the thing with Bethany came out the next.
Well, I mean, they would almost have to not be called a bunch of clowns. Call anyone who was in that house whenever law enforcement got there to the stand during trial.
Yeah, I agree.
They would have to. They've already admitted to us that there were people, and it's people. It's not one person. It's people that have contaminated that crime scene before the cops were even called. They would have to put them on the stand.
Correct. And why was that van print only picked up in evidence that it wasn't visible? It was because it was cleaned up.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
That is a huge problem for me. That it was obviously cleaned up. That's why it didn't show up in the regular testing of however you do the blood testing, right? But they wiped it up and didn't realize that the proteins get left behind, and another tool can be used to reclaim
that's what blows my mind, because homeboy would know these things.
He should. Yeah. 100%.
And as far as the sheath goes, I'm gonna just put this where the sheath was. You would not have been able to find it until they were removed.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that.
And that still gives me the issue with the fact that no EMS went into that house, and we're not allowed to go into that house. That's a problem for me still to this point, because they should have seen that as well.
Right. Yeah, they didn't let any EMT. Yes, right.
But my problem with Blaker's statement is that we kind of see when the evidence started being collected, and if him and Payne didn't get there until 4:00 in Blaker's statement, he states ISP was just starting to begin getting ready to start processing. So that would mean like bodies and stuff weren't moved around or anything yet, because they can't touch anything. So what in the hell was going on between that 911 call and those first people getting there, not letting EMS in to 4 hours later?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What happened?
And not letting the siblings in. They didn't let the siblings in either.
Yeah, that's just.
I get not letting them in to a degree, but I also, they're adults, right? They're not kids. When my brother died, I was 23. So I was, my mother's kid, but my parents weren't in town. So I had to be an adult. I had to be the big kid, right? But why were all of those kids automatically put into the back of, a van and taken to the police department and not left on the grounds to go home? Because they all went home. Well, and I called them and I said, what are you doing? I will keep Greek Row through Thanksgiving. I know I lose here too because my kid's not going to be home for Thanksgiving, but I want keep them there. Straight across the board. Keep those kids there.
I mean, they surely, in that 4 hours that it took for seemingly anybody besides the first 3 people that were on the scene. And you also have to imagine, so if Payne got there at 4 and the dog was gone, and he had no idea about it until Officer Smith later told him, or he was reviewing his body cam footage and realized there was a dog there, then that means that SPCA or whatever, the dog catcher, was there before other police were there, I guess, in order to get
who let the dog?
So,
there was nothing on the dog. The dog wasn't there. The dog wasn't home when it happened. He was released probably later on in the day, and this is, I guess I'm projecting here. I'm making a theory here, maybe, because I feel very confident in stating that the dog was not there, but likely left to go loose, but he had no DNA on him.
I do need to let you guys know real quick. I'm having an internet outage in my area right now, so that's why I keep popping up and down, and all these things are happening. So my deepest apologies for that, guys. And if something happens where it goes down completely, we can reconvene this tomorrow or something like that if something were to happen, just so you guys know. My apologies again.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, I was wondering actually about the dog, because in their statements, it states that they were basically, I guess, they saw it on the first responder's body cam, that they opened, I guess, Kaylee's door and the dog was in there. Well, they're not showing us anything, which, I mean, if gruesome bodies and stuff, I understand, but I've questioned the dog thing a lot. And I know, but the thing that I have with that is that, again, because it is hard to believe what they're telling us. Right. They are claiming that there is a Ring camera from 50 feet away that picked up whimpering and thuds and a dog barking, and the dog barking started right at 4:17.
But it picked up nobody else.
They didn't. They're just telling us what's relevant to the case, or to that their timeline. They're trying to tell us. I'm definitely positive it picked up other stuff. There ain't no way it didn't.
Only Brian. Like they said, it picked up Brian Koberger going into back to the house at 9 o'clock or whatever. Well, the kids were outside then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or were they inside?
I don't know who said that it picked him up on camera.
I've never heard that either.
No, I've never known. They've never released us any of the traffic cam footage or the Ring doorbell footage proving that his car was the one physically seen in the area.
And Wi-Fi was down that weekend.
Was it Wi-Fi or was it the servers from the U of I? Because that was something that was kind of put with Brent Kopacka, was his apparent job at U of I and the servers going down that night.
That was Wazoo.
So he didn't work for U of I.
At first they came out. The first report was he worked at the U of I to IT or tech, but the second report, and he was I thought he was in Farmhouse Fraternity at U of I and went to college there, or that could be misinformation as well, but he was in the military. But he didn't even, his registered home is in Spokane, where he was living.
Did that stuff go down from 11:30 p.m. the night before until 6 a.m. the next morning?
Yeah. My understanding is that they didn't have and I don't know. So, and also I have to explain to you that I don't understand all the technicalities of it. My boys do. Like they said, the pings don't match, and I believe what they said because they're like they can figure that stuff out. That's what they do. But my understanding was they were maybe servicing the Wi-Fi or that there was no Wi-Fi, and I don't know if you have to have a Ring camera, if you can do it on desk.
Yeah, you actually have to have Wi-Fi for your Ring camera.
So I don't know, and that's just what I don't know that for sure.
Well, I mean, if the Wi-Fi was out, it might have just been campus-based. It might not have reached out to these outside houses.
Well, campus. Yeah. Oh, actually, you might be right. I can't answer that question because I'm not sure if my daughter pays. If I pay for, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. She lives in a live out like they live in. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I can't say either way. Like, it just seems like weird. But why would a 38-year-old live with two 20-year-olds? I don't believe it. Not for a minute. I will say I call.
They're stating that Brent Kopacka's roommates were 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single statement from them, which is bothering me.
And they said they evacuated the whole building. They didn't. They said he was lighting a fire. Well, wouldn't you make sure you evacuated and fire smoke detectors went out? I don't know.
That's new.
Yeah, that's what
Say
they
that
told
again?
us.
He wasn't threatening. He wasn't threatening to pew them. He was threatening to burn them alive.
Well, and then he had a gun and he was shooting them too. I don't know what the point of the fire drill was.
But has anybody from that apartment building or whatever
None of them.
actually stated that they heard gunshots?
Not one single student has said that they even know who those people are.
And here's my other question with that is if I've seen these situations, I've been on these seats on site with these situations. If the roommates were brought out of the home safe and healthy and alive, why did it continue?
Yeah, why did it get to the point to where what happened?
Why was he unalived?
I don't. And when he was supposedly throwing things out the window, what was he throwing out the window? What did you collect? Show us. Like, tell us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's every part of it is insane. They called at 4 a.m. They said it started at 8:30 at night. And my husband had gone and picked them up that day because the weather was bad. So they were home. So thank God, because my son, one of my boys, lived on that side of campus.
He apparently started this whole threatening situation at 8:30 at night, but conveniently and coincidentally didn't call the cops till 4 a.m.
Well, the cops didn't tell us about it till 4 a.m.
Oh
No,
yeah, they called.
It did start like 8:30. The police responded at like 8:30 something, but nothing really happened until 3 or so in the morning.
So they stood off with him for that long?
Yeah, but here's the other part of it.
There's
it was light out though at that time.
If you go on the I guess it's Pullman. I'll have to go look. I can't remember exactly which subreddit I was on. But on I believe the Pullman subreddit, as it was happening, people were commenting on that subthread. Like they were even putting up screenshots of the message, like of the alerts as they were going out, saying, "Did anybody just hear gunshots?" Like there were people around that were commenting there saying that they were hearing gunshots, and then they started.
But they would have been the cop gunshots, like at the time that he apparently was killed. But if they were standing out with him from 8 something to apparently whenever they shot him around 3 or 4, that is like what 8 hours of them standing off with him. There's nobody with no footage on their phone going around social media showing us none of this. This sounds like the Kelly Rodney case.
But it was light out when there's pictures of it being light out, and they're saying it happened in dark of the night, or it would have
been dark at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
and it would have been dark at 8 p.m.
What was it said? Now this is something I just probably a rumor I should even speak on that I wasn't sure of, but that Chief Fry from Moscow was there, as well as 2 or 3 other officers from Moscow.
Yes, I'd love to validate that.
I actually don't know that. I just know he was considered a protected person, is who he was referred to by Wazoo, because obviously I called the police department and they said he was a protected person.
Brent Kopacka was a protected person?
Kopacka was protected?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
I don't know what that means.
Why?
I don't know. Well, maybe
is that not
it's
not something used for like when someone's a snitch?
Can we go back real quick just to something I'd been thinking about since we talked about the sheet?
Yeah.
Kim, I wanted to ask you when they were, between 8 and 12 or whatever, when everybody was aware before the police that something had happened there, were they saying that there were 4 victims? Or were they just saying that there was 1 or that there was 2? Like what? How many?
I actually, and I've asked that question a million times because I never got a number. Like I got it from, I guess they must have said 4 because I was told by my daughter at 10 when I called her at 3 or 4, and nobody had the information yet. Nobody knew what had occurred, how they had died, who they were. She knew the 4 students that had died. So I guess they must have said 4 because she knew their names. And
so the original story was that it was mentioned that it was stabbings. There wasn't nothing about a pew-pewing because that's what Kaylee's mom was first told.
They were all stabbed, but that's not all of the injuries or the weapons.
I'll tell you, when it first happened, everybody was again on that subreddit, because I went as far back as I possibly could to when it like just happened.
I don't know what subreddit is.
Just
Or social media that'll give you a headache. It's
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
and
100%.
Thank you.
and the people that live in the neighborhood, including like the house right next to them, were commenting on there saying that they thought that people had overdosed. Then after a little while, they heard a rumor. They're like, this is just rumors, but I heard that they were stabbed. And then like the next day or 2 days later, it was like, okay, they confirmed that's what it was.
Right.
But people saying nobody,
another student did overdose that night.
Say that one more time, Kim.
Another student did overdose that night.
Who?
I don't know who at U of I don't know the student's name.
What? Like a death overdose or OD'd in or alive?
The police responded to a girl fell off the balcony at Pi Phi, I guess. I don't know. I think she was fine. And then there was an overdose.
That was the night before.
It wasn't that night?
Yeah, that was the night before. But
Yeah.
it was the night before because I have the report.
The OD or the balcony, Sleepy?
The OD.
The balcony. No, the balcony happened
Or the balcony,
the night before. It happened Friday night.
Yeah.
But what I want to say is that if you look at the call logs for the calls for service, the two, at least two, but I believe 3 calls that preceded the 911 call were all drug calls. One was an officer initiated drug call. The next one was a canine for a narcotics search, and then I forget what the third one was, and then the final one was the 911 call. Like,
and let me guess, no reports.
Of course, there's no report.
I submitted them, but it's weird. Like, so if somebody overdoses, then they'll use that they'll use like medical whatever as a reason for why they can't release it. But everything else is, they're saying that everything's like so backed up because everyone wants to know. And I think that's absurd because you're saying that there's a gag order and whatnot. There's just, you already have these pulled. It takes literally 3 seconds to go in, type into your computer and send it to me. So it doesn't take months to answer. It's just no one wants to answer. And so, but I found it interesting that there were drug calls and then all of a sudden this random call saying that someone was unconscious. And I had been going back and forth with myself for a couple weeks now, wondering what this was all about, because I went all the way back and I listened to Chief Fry himself say that how it went down was that the surviving roommates summoned friends to the house because they thought that one of the second floor roommates was passed out and couldn't wake up or wouldn't wake up. And then when police finally showed up there and was like, okay, we're here for like this probably overdose, they found 4 people inside the house and all 4 of them had been stabbed to death. So I just wonder if perhaps that's why, because I was like, why would I'm looking at this girl, right? I have this narrative where a boy and 2 girls are on a balcony, and one of the girls, literally, when the police show up for an unconscious person, this girl had fallen from a second floor balcony or fire escape, and was just laid out completely unconscious, and had landed on her back. And it was one officer that responded, and he took witness statements from the other 2 that were there. And it was like, it was no big deal. And that was it. Like, she woke up, he got the ambulance and she left. So I was like, why then did we get a unconscious person call at noon on a Sunday? And we felt like 3 people needed to show up for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially when
they didn't even let EMS in.
Who's the captain?
And they don't. Now, that's the other thing, too, is EMS should have, via protocol, automatically responded with that, because you don't know why that person, especially, well, I mean, I know PD carries Narcan and stuff like that, but if it, but they didn't know what that was, so they automatically should respond EMS to that, okay? And they did not allow them, and any of that. But that I'm not trying to jump subject. I'm just saying. But I did want to ask real quick before I forget this too. did your daughter Kim or anybody that you've heard anything from mention anything about seeing them? And I hate to be morbid, and I'm not trying to be, but about seeing them removed from the home, the bodies.
You know what? Nobody. I do know that people saw them and what the injuries were in the home from them, but right, that was.
But did they see them being taken out of the home?
Nobody did. But they brought them in the dark too. So they circled quite a while till it got dark out to land with Koberger when they brought him in. So it was dark. So my assumption is they probably did that, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any.
I know that's a weird question. I know, but it's something that a lot of people
I don't know. I mean, maybe they put up a perimeter and did it in the dark. I don't know. Nobody said that they saw them. I didn't even think about that, but people were asking questions, so I'm sure it must be relevant. I don't know how long they stayed in those homes. I don't know that. I mean, well, the parents didn't even know, and it would have taken the parents at least 3 hours to get here to the area, because I think the parents were like 3 hours away or so.
Supposedly it took 9 days to process the entire house with this. Supposedly,
Well, the thing is, so I will tell you that. So these kids, and if any college kids are listening, stay off your roofs. It's stupid. Don't do it. It's just a dumb idea out of the gate. That's just my mother warning to you people.
They do that a lot. They do that a lot there.
Oh, all the time. That's why the ladder was there. So could you access that house from a ladder? Absolutely. Do they lock their doors? No, they don't. They just don't. Sorry, they're kids. They don't. They think they're safe and they think they're fine. It's not weird if the doors were unlocked. It's not weird. Well, it's weird that the police department put those stools down like they did at the back slider. But it's not weird they didn't lock, right? It's not weird that Xana's dad fixed her bedroom door lock. I mean, when my daughter was in her live out, she's got locks, like she's padlocked in.
Was that her bedroom door lock or was that the front door lock?
It was her
He never
bedroom
confirmed that. That all came.
I believe it was her bedroom door. I thought it was confirmed through. I believe, but maybe I'm misspeaking. Maybe it's just a rumor. But I don't. I actually think that her dad, when he was there for Dad's weekend or Parents' weekend, he put a new lock on the door. Actually, I think
on her door, not the door for the house.
The front doors. No, because apparently they have those digital locks which never work because they never changed. It didn't matter. Everybody knew the code anyway. I mean, they don't lock their doors. That's just the nature of the beast. They're college kids. They're indestructible. But they don't even put batteries in their smoke detectors. Every time I'm there, I'm changing a battery. Like, because it's a thing. It matters. If they don't get it, they'll get it when they're parents. But so any of that stuff I take with a grain of salt. I think that the whole DoorDash thing, I just don't. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't.
In what way? To you, in what way?
So somebody had said to me that, well, actually, one of my boys said, DoorDash drivers will, if you order food and then they text you they're coming, if they're obliging and you ask them to pick you up some drugs, they'll bring them to you. Now, in Washington State, marijuana is legal. It's not in Idaho. So, so that's not a thing. But
I don't think any random DoorDash driver would accept getting some. It'd have to be somebody that you would know that to even know that you can be confident enough to ask that person that question.
But how do you find out? How do you know if the DoorDash driver is obliging, and how do you know to get him as your DoorDash driver?
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean by that.
So I did call DoorDash and report.
You can't do that though. From when I called Jack in the Box. I called a few different places just to see what, their protocol was with doing DoorDash, and you can't personally do it like that. You can't specifically pick somebody like that.
Yeah, that's what I learned.
Sure. Yeah, and I was shocked. Like that was shocking. So I called the police about it. I called the school about it. And I called DoorDash about it. I also called Jack in the Box to find out if really was there a DoorDash, and are your DoorDash drivers delivering drugs? Because if you deliver them to my kid, I'm going to come at you. Like, honest to God. Like
Jack in the Box doesn't have anything to do with DoorDash.
I know it doesn't.
Don't go off on DoorDash. Don't go off on Jack in the Box.
But I'm just like, what is going on, you guys? Every time I turn around, something is going on. They own they own me at this point. I've got all 7 of mine have college degrees. They own me, and come on.
And we were just mentioning yesterday, Dago was just mentioning yesterday that there has been things busted where drugs were being delivered through DoorDash people and using DoorDash as a cover. Yeah. So it's very possible That could have been the scenario, but
Right.
I just can't figure out how they could have figured out how to get around the logistics, because I studied the
And
logistics
that's
of the app
ballsy.
and all those things. Yeah, I mean,
Of a kid's
it
app?
takes some brains.
Yeah, well, these kids are smarter than I think they're
Well,
smarter than I am.
Especially with tech,
the way
honestly.
it happened,
Yeah.
a couple times it's happened here where the DoorDash driver called in their own DoorDash for themselves and then showed up and said, "Hey, I'm just going to grab this," and they get it, and then they go do what they're doing. That's how it ended up getting busted here.
Well,
The
and
DoorDash
see,
was like,
and
"Why is this going on?" They investigated
I'm
it. I
glad
get
you
it.
mentioned that. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the DoorDash driver that sent me all of their information on the app, I asked her, I said, "Do you have to give the restaurant, like, is there like a barcode or something in the Dashers app that the restaurant has to see or scan or any of those things?" And I was told no.
Right.
You just walk in and say, "Hey, I'm here to pick up a Dash order for whoever the person's name is on the order." They don't even really verify that you're with DoorDash, because you mean there's no uniform. You could just walk in there as a regular whoever and just pick it up and just walk out and basically steal people's food.
So how would you
They
even
said that
know
they're too
then if
busy to
somebody
pay attention
DoorDash?
to it.
I mean, how would you know who the DoorDasher is, right? I mean, and that's what I said to and I don't think that DoorDash is behind these kids or these DoorDash drivers selling drugs on the side. I think they've just created they had no idea about it when I told them
They
about
figured
it. None
out
whatsoever.
they could do it. Right.
Yeah, they figured out how to
They
manipulate
just
the
figured
system.
out how to do it. That's all I'm saying. And my son doesn't do drugs. He's an athlete. And so he does. I mean, he could. Being an athlete doesn't mean you don't. Trust me. I will drug test him every day of every year if I have to, because that's my job as their mom. But I don't have any reason to. He wouldn't make things up. They already hate me here. Somebody once said on these places that we heard your kids got a gag order against you. If they could, they would. That is the truth. They do not want me speaking. The police do not want me speaking. But you cannot shut me up, because I will not be shut up. And I won't sign anything either, because I don't trust them. That's all that's coming from. And I just used gag order, I think, reflexively and not consciously.
And I did hear you mention something about that before, right? Like you were kind of like told not to speak anything.
I was asked not
you were
to
like,
say
sign this. And you said, no, I'm not signing anything.
Not away. Yeah.
Right.
I actually said, fuck the fuck no. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for
Your
swearing.
kids did, right? Didn't you the NDA things you're talking about your kids?
I wouldn't let them. No.
But you said that they did sign something before. Was that for the sorority?
Oh, an NDA. Yeah, for the
sorority. Okay.
Right. And you don't have to do it. My son rushed, and he was one of them, and he was top pledge, but he was offered drugs and he didn't go. He's like, I don't want to be in this world. Fraternities and sororities are different. They're just a different bear.
Right.
They're not, I would prefer they never did, but my daughter flourished there, and to each his own, and you take the good with the bad, I guess. I don't know. It's part of growing up. You know, she's 22, so I can't really, I have to trust the job I did, but I trust them. I trust them. I also am not blind. I know they're not always going to be honest, like with the whole sleepover, you know what I mean? But for the most part, yeah, I think that I do. And I think that because they don't have anything to hide, but I do think that these kids are scared. And there's a lot of parents who will do anything to keep their kids out of trouble, where I will let you find your own bail money or sit in prison. I'm not raising prisoners.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely. And then, but see, that's another question that I had, that if this narrative was going around to so many people, I mean, you can't be the only mom that got told a story.
I'm not.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure that you are in contact with others. Are they also reporting what their kids are telling them?
It was a struggle to get things through. Now, maybe there was a ton of calls, but maybe it was the same people calling in. I tend to think it was more duplicate phone calls and 100, somebody calling in all the time with the information to make sure the police had it, than that many people reporting. That's what I kind of think, because of my experience with them and what I've heard from other parents. But parents know. Some parents look the other way and they're okay with that, and more power to you if that's how you want to be. But I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's just kind of like more proof to me that the cops are totally aware of this other situation that everyone else that lives in that area is talking about, and they're just kind of blatantly ignoring it.
100%.
Yeah.
And that's what I truly believe. And I think it's proven to be that way, because there's kids who should be, and so here, and they're not telling us stuff. So it's easy to come down on because my soul is like, it's hard for me to come down on law enforcement because I want to believe. So maybe they just can't tell the information, and they have kids in protective custody. They know everything already. They could know that. I mean, they could know that, and I'm just being cynical.
I mean, that is a possibility that we're just being told whatever the public needs to be told, because, you know, I found it really strange that literally like the day before they went and arrested him, the cops were like alluding and teasing to the fact that they were going to release the 911 call. Why do that if you're literally 4 hours away from arresting your guy?
Right. Yeah, right. And where was Fry
That's
and
a bit odd. I agree.
day of the murders, the night before the weekend, busiest weekend of the year? Notoriously, Thanksgiving weekend is the biggest shit show on the planet, anywhere. Even when they come home from school, right? Kids, freshmen are coming home. I mean, it's just a nightmare. Why would the two top cops take that weekend off? Because they were out of town.
Yeah. Yeah. That
That's
is kind of,
crazy.
I mean, I know that in my field, there's certain times of the year where they basically beg us, please do not take vacation because we will die if all of you are not here. And if, you know, if that's seriously such a busy part, and they're the ones who are technically policing these college kids, it is a bit odd that they would get rid of some of their, I guess, most responsive top. But then again, I mean, who even knows anymore? This case.
Well, they had a football game that day. The Vandals did with a school that is notoriously, they have a history of confrontation with. I mean, so yeah, and it wasn't that the one with the Davis school where the boy was hung in a Sigma Chi house in California.
Yeah,
that happened at Wazoo like 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
But he was hung outside just the same way then in Moscow, a guy was found hanging outside too on campus somewhere a few years back, and that just happened 2 weeks ago. We guess it looks like suicide, but honestly, in a tree outside from a brilliant student, nothing makes sense. Like the pipe bombs being buried on Sunday at the school and some kid being arrested but nothing's connected. You can't tell me nothing's connected. It's nothing to see here. It's all good. Your kids are safe. 6 more dead kids.
Well, I mean, and even if it isn't connected, there's still some serious crazy crap happening in that area. And if it's not connected, that kind of makes it worse because you don't know how to stop it.
That's exactly what I've said from the beginning. I'm more terrified if you're saying this incident was targeted to these kids, and you don't know who it is, and then we have other murders following behind it and in front of it. That's scarier to me than it not being like it's just being some random serial killer.
So is your daughter or any of her friends? I can't remember if you said if she's not graduated yet, right? She's still.
She graduated. No, she
did graduate.
Yeah, she's graduated.
Okay, so does she have any idea how the rest of the people that she knows that are still in school are? I don't not really handling.
Everybody's graduated.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they're still in talks talks with people, or even let's take it back as far as after Brian was arrested. Did any of the tension ease up? Or was there still tension because they kind of had a consensus that the wrong guy's in jail and they still need to be careful?
So I think that's how you look at. So how do I say? Let me see how I would say that. So Greek Row is feeling very satisfied that they got their guy and he's in jail, and their fun can continue on. And non-Greek Row, because I'm just comparing my children, my 3, and 2 of them aren't, and the one is, and non-Greek Row is not so convinced that they don't have that they have the right person, and then there's not danger.
Well, that's kind of telling, actually.
It's truly telling, in my opinion. I mean, it's not fine. This isn't fine.
No, but I still, like, I know people talk, like I know kids, right? But it's still strange to me that your daughter from WSU got this alert about this stuff so many hours prior, when it had nothing to do with WSU.
It would be less strange if I told you, if I felt it's less strange than you probably think.
I mean, probably so. I mean,
and I will tell you, but privately, and not to be rude to people out there, I'm sorry, everybody who's listening and invested. I'm not trying to play cat and mouse or anything. It's just I don't feel like it's information that is a good thing to share right now, because I think that's information that would affect the case.
I understand. I do.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just want everybody to understand that. If I could say, I would say everything to you guys. I'm not trying to.
You have no reason to apologize, Kim, for
Well,
anything.
you do, because if you say something, I owe a responsibility to the community as well. And people are invested, and it makes them angry not to know. And I'm not, and so I don't want to do that to people.
Well, and we also need to consider that, you know, we don't want to put too much out there that could give these crazy freakazoids on the internet any inkling into who you're talking about, because
Exactly.
telling what they'll end up doing with that information.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I do think that my own personal belief is that journalism student who is gone knew too much. That's what I think.
And, you know, anything is possible at this
And that
moment,
is my own
you know?
conjecture and my own thinking. But you know,
Well,
what,
I mean, a journalism student would be trying to do journalism, which is digging to try to find things. So, I mean, your thought process on that isn't too wrong.
And there's 3 other students who died prior to the 4 from UI that had information. And one was Greek. I don't know what the other 2 were. I think one wasn't, and then one was, I don't know about the other girl. And I don't think Maddie was, I'm gonna be really honest with you. I can really say with confidence that Maddie wasn't a bully to her roommate. She wasn't. Maddie was as naive.
Are you talking about Hannah Cleary?
Yeah, and I don't think Maddie was a bully to her. I just think that, first of all, why would you not let kids pick out their own roommates? I mean, they obviously had different goals. Hannah liked the library. Maddie liked, her friend. You know what I mean? They were just different human beings.
Was it Maddie or was it Kaylee?
It was Maddie.
It was Maddie that was roommates with Hannah Cleary.
Yeah. And I don't think Maddie was mean to her. All accounts, and I do know girls who were her, I know girls who were very good friends with Kaylee because they're from our area. And I reached out when it first happened just to give my condolences. And it's just, I like these kids. They're nice. And I don't like kids who are jerks. Like, I have 0 tolerance for cruel, mean, or bullying. I have no tolerance for it. There's no room for it.
I mean,
Right. And so, right, you can find something you love about everybody. That's
right.
But these girls really liked Kaylee. Kaylee was great. And my understanding is Maddie was too. And Xana was a kick in the pants. And Ethan, a good guy. I mean, these kids, I don't know much about the other 2, but I haven't inquired about the other 2 because, I don't know what they're.
There's still a lot to know.
There's a lot to know. Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot to know.
At this point, I hate to do this, but I've been going for quite a while, ladies, and I have to jump into some other things here, and you do too here in a little while, so you probably need a little break.
I agree. It probably does.
So
I will talk to you, Jules, anytime. I will get you my number. I don't know how to do that though.
I think I have it because you called
me. Will you
on
give it to her then? Will you try?
I will definitely get it to Jules. And like I said, we can do this again. I have no problem with that because there's so much more to talk about.
Right. And I appreciate you keeping it on the page 1. I mean, I really do. You guys do so much more than I do with this. And it's exhausting for me. It has to just be overwhelming because you don't just do this case. You do a lot of them.
Right. So again, like I said, we can do this again. I have your number. I'll give it to Jules. We can all get together and do this.
Yeah.
I feel bad. Sleuthy dropped off. I don't know if she had something going on.
I think her phone died, didn't it? But
it sounded like she was maybe in her car.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe something happened. And again, she's invited back as well if need be. Again, I would love to do this again, and we can go through some other things in different angles of different things and keep it going the way we're doing it. You know what I mean? So, so Jules, thank you so much for jumping up here. I always love having you over here. And Kim, I can't even express to you how appreciative I am.
Please. For you. And you know what? It's, don't even, honest to goodness, I want this to be solved.
Yeah. And that's what I said I do. When I do what I do, I say this all the time. It sounds corny to people, but I say that, all of us out here are the voice for the voiceless, and that all I want from this is actual true justice for these families and for these kids. And that is the absolute. And so,
yeah.
So again, Kim, I want to thank you one more time. You have no idea how much it's meant to us. And Jules, always appreciate you. And
this was a great conversation. I just want to make sure you're taking your due diligence in order to stay safe, because what you are doing is extremely dangerous.
So
and that's
we
why
are safe. We're going to be, and we're
it
leaving
takes a lot of
town
courage
tomorrow.
to do this.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, I think we had eyes on, where I'm, Mike, where they were safe. They were, I can keep them safe. I'm blessed. We're blessed that yeah, you know, they were safe. Yeah, I wouldn't put them out there, but we were able to keep eyes on her. She's had eyes on her the whole time, 24 hours.
Good.
Yeah.
It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that.
And yeah, and most people don't know who I am. Like, you'd walk by me, and that's why that picture, that silhouette. I think somebody's told me earlier that it was drunk turkeys now, or not drunk turkeys. It was publicly buzzed, and
Publicly
that's why I was
buzzed.
mad at him. First of all, I'm not. If you're publicly buzzed, I am not mad at you. At all. I respect you, and thanks for the picture.
Yeah.
Not a bad one.
Listen, Steve and Dan are very, very,
Yeah, I
very,
like them,
very easygoing guys.
Yeah.
They're really good guys, and they have the same thought and process with us as that we all do about this. And so
trying to figure it
again,
out.
we're all in the same corner together, and I
We
appreciate
all have the
that.
same goal, right? And everybody who thinks I'm somebody else, there's just one me. And so ask me the question, maybe go through any of the people I've spoken with, and I will it's just, don't put like how they put Michelle through that. That was just heartbreaking for me to see this woman who's working so hard, and
It was
set her
wrong.
down
I
a
agree.
rabbit hole. Like, that was awful.
Yeah,
How does
it
she
was
defend
wrong.
what she never said and doesn't even know me?
Well, yeah, I don't understand it because the two of you don't even sound the same. So that
Yeah,
made no
you have a certain tone of voice and an inflection in the way that you talk that I recognize when it's you. So I'm pretty quick to be like, nah, that ain't her.
So does Michelle. She sounds completely different. So that made
very
no sense.
distinctive.
I'm
But
from
again-
the East Coast, but I live on the West Coast now, so it
Right.
it merged when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. Well, again, guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna need to bring this down.
Okay.
But you guys, I hope you guys have get some rest, Kim, if you can, before you head over
Oh,
to
I'm
Daniel.
fine.
Kim.
I'm fine. I'm gonna give her a run. I'll be fresh as a daisy. Be
All
fine.
right. Sounds
All
great,
right,
guys.
thanks so much, and
once
thank you,
again, I
Joel.
will.
Oh yeah, no,
Absolutely.
thank you for the conversation. This was
Reach
great.
out anytime you have a question, and I'll be more
Will do.
transparent.
Will do. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes. Awesome.
Awesome.
If you guys haven't done it, please hit the like button on the way out. Again, like I said, and if you can, at the end, after the show, go to the comments section, leave some comments. YouTube seems to like that, and it keeps me out here in the right algorithm, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Once again, everybody, I so very much appreciate each and every one of you guys that have been in here. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and to love each other, because that's all we got nowadays, folks. Other than that, you guys have an amazing day, and I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.